And go.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We all have our seats. We're gonna get started in just a second. We are getting started. First, I'd like to welcome you to the Charter Reform Subcommittee meeting on planning and infrastructure. Again, thank you all for coming out to beautiful Pacoima City Hall. This is my first time here and it's gorgeous. And I also want to thank our staff for helping us out. Excuse me. I would like to remind everybody, this is a live audio broadcast. The audio for this meeting will be broadcasted live and can be heard by calling telephone number 1-669-254. Behave yourself, Ted, please. Thank you. 1-699-254-5252 using meeting ID number 160-687-4783. Press pound and press pound again when prompted for participant ID. There is also a Zoom link that can be found on our website. I apologize. Unfortunately, we are not going to be able to take commentary remotely. We have been listening to you and our your public comments about how you would like that at every meeting, and we are listening to you. We're going to try to make it happen, but we are having some technical difficulties in our remote location. So with that being said, let's get on with the agenda. Oh, I'm sorry, call it, oh, I thought he did, call the meeting called to order at 9:10. We'll start with roll call. Commissioner Murray Chair, present. Commissioner Schlager.
Here.
And Commissioner Stein.
Yes, the present.
Thank you. Do we have any neighborhood council comments or community impact statements? Seeing none, we will start with our public comments. First up is Laura Chapman. If you could please come forward.
Madam Chair, do you want me to minister or would you like me?
If you wouldn't mind, thank you.
For how many minutes?
Just one.
One. All right, go ahead.
Okay. The cities surrounding LA don't have homeless on the streets because their officials don't allow it. We would have a decrease in fires and crime if the city council and the mayor would protect the residents of the city. It is also a public health hazard to have trash and human waste on the streets. Tax-funded cleanups last days or maybe weeks, and then the mess returns. The city needs to find a place for RVs and vehicles to park overnight, and no one should be allowed to live on the streets. No more homeless anywhere on the streets. I support Councilmember Rodriguez's motion number 14-1057-S10 and encouraged to have another motion that also includes RVs. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call on the next three names at a time, so please line up. And I think it's Ania Innes, Lucia, and Tina. Ania, Lucia, and Tina. Please come up. Anaya, thank you. Anaya, right up. And how many minutes have you got? And wherever you are.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Anaya Ennis. I am a CSUN student and I am a major in health administration. The Board of Public Works is critical for civic engagement in the Los Angeles. It gives residents, nonprofits, and local organizations a chance to participate in infrastructure decisions that affect everyone. Preserving its accessibility and public focus structure ensures all voices, especially those often underrepresented, can be heard. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Lucia? After Lucia is Tina. How long, Lucia? 1 minute and go.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Lucia Arias, and I am a resident and employee of a local nonprofit facility. Families across Los Angeles deserve equal access to clean streets, functioning sidewalks, and well-maintained parks. The Board of Public Works ensures these services are fairly distributed and allows residents to weigh in directly. Charter changes should maintain this connection to protect community equity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's see, I got, Tina, then after Tina, please, line up, Genesis. I think Jackie and Catherine, Genesis, Jackie and Catherine. Tina. How long did you want, Tina?
Good morning, thank you for the opportunity. How long? 2 minutes.
2 minutes, go.
If I may, we were told to put everything in question form, so my points will be done that way. My name is Tina Ike. I'm with the Shadow Hills Property Owners Association. We represent the community of Shadow Hills, which is 2,500 homes. My first question is, if the intent of the Charter Reform Committee is to listen to the public's concerns, it feels disingenuous to take questions at the beginning of the meeting before the committee has identified their objectives, goals, and specific projects. So my question is, why is the public questions or public input period at the beginning of your meeting? I had a lot of concerns from the neighbors. What are we supposed to talk about? Because the notice that was given out was so vague and so generalized. Secondly, the redistricting process was completed in 2021 after a long drawn out battle to keep designated communities such as Shadow Hills whole and undivided. Some communities were successful in remaining united, others were not. It was a harrowing experience. Is this committee's intent to start the redistricting process before the next census is taken in 2030? Currently, most of the recognized communities in the city of Los Angeles are designated in the community plan, are each in one district, most of them, which allows for greater representation and coordination.
And 5 minutes.
I'm done? Okay, but thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Genesis, then Jackie, then Catherine. Genesis. How long?
1 minute, please.
And go.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Genesis Lopez Castro. I am a mother, part of the Board of North Point Homeowners Association, a nonprofit professional, and a resident of Sylmar. For decades, the Board of Public Works has been a trusted model of shared governance that balances professional expertise with community input. Maintaining this structure in any charter update ensures that decisions continue to reflect residents' priorities, keeping Los Angeles accountable and responsive. Our children's quality of life depends on well-maintained streets, parks, and public spaces. The Board of Public Works allows parents, teachers, and neighbors to guide city decisions and shape their environment. Preserving this board is an investment in safe, thriving communities for future generations. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much. Jackie, then Catherine. How long would you like, Jackie? Go for it.
My name is Jackie Gamble. I also am part of the Shadow Hills Property Owners Association. We live in the Shadow Hills community. We fought long and hard to get a good CD7 district established, and it took a long time. We wanted to keep our communities united because we're very similar in our needs. To have that broken up would be terrible. We're really just getting comfortable with the whole staffs, and we're all getting along really well. To divide that up right now would be really terrible. And what that has to do with infrastructure, I really don't understand why that would be brought up now anyhow. So we would like to keep CD7 in its entirety under one council person. Also, if we're talking about infrastructure, let's expand that recycled water system. That isn't it? That is infrastructure. We need to get the reclaimed water out to areas where they can use it. So let's get it out to the golf courses In Westlake, all those golf courses are on recycled water, and they have plumbing to get it there, and it's essential to have a distribution system. So infrastructure is important for that. Let's increase our recycled water use areas. Go Monica Rodriguez.
Thank you so much. Catherine and then Gerardo. It's gonna be Catherine, Gerardo, and Nathaniel. 2 minutes? Yeah.
Hello, my name is Catherine Gahan, and I also currently reside in Shadow Hills. I've been a resident for over 20 years. And I'm gonna kind of expand upon what Tina said. We really don't know what this new redistricting policy is because we haven't heard about it, so we're kind of speaking blindly. But it's our understanding that there will be no budget increases for this new project. And if that's the case, and you're gonna increase council members, are the council members gonna get a pay cut? If that's the case, I know when I had a job and I've got a pay cut, my motivation for working is a lot less. So, are the council members aware of this, if there's not a budget increase? In the news yesterday, there's a $828 million lawsuit that the LA has to pay out for sexual harassment. With all these payments going out, I doubt that there's gonna be a budget increase for the city council, budget. So if they're gonna increase redistricting and increase the number of council people, where's the money gonna come from? If you're gonna dilute all that money, that means the districts are gonna get less money for their projects and what they need, and the council people are gonna get less salary. And that's probably just not a good idea. And again, kind of expanding on what Jackie said, last time they did redistricting, they actually split Shadow Hills up into 3 different districts. We had to fight like hell to get our community back together. We're part of an equestrian community that includes Lakeview Terrace, Silmar, Sun Valley, part of Sunland, Shadow Hills, of course, and we wanted to remain, and Latina Canyon, and we wanted to remain intact so that we can support our equestrian lifestyle. You know, we're able to keep horses and chickens and goats and have that agricultural lifestyle that is kind of lacking in the rest of the city of Los Angeles. So we really like to just make sure that the council districts stay the same and that we continue to have Monica Rodriguez represent us because she has supported us in all of our endeavors. And we're a very unique community, and we're one of the few equestrian communities left in Los Angeles. And we really like to maintain that, and I'm sure the other districts that also fought very hard, you know, North Hollywood, West Hollywood, the Wilshire district, they all fought very hard to keep their districts intact, and I'm sure that they would also disapprove of this redistricting measure. Thank you.
Thank you, and Gerardo and Nathaniel next. Gerardo. How long?
2 minutes.
Okay. Oh, and I'm sorry, really quick, I forgot to make the announcement about our translators, and translation services, is available if they'd like to make the announcement and
Hola, si necesitan ayuda con interpretación, estamos aquí con los equipos y listos para ayudar.
Thank you. Go ahead, 3 minutes.
Okay. To that point, if I need help with my Spanish, I will ask for it. Good morning, everybody. My name is Gerardo Barrientos. I'm representing Purificator District Network Council in District 7, and also I'm part of Shadow Hills. My point to be here is to claim in this redistricting, to keep the open spaces. We are losing continuously, we are losing more open spaces to development. And that, in my opinion, with all due respect, it sucks. Because we're losing not only land, we're losing trees that are protecting the environment, and we are losing the rural lifestyle we have here. All these hills, we're losing not only the land, we're losing the fauna and the flora, and they're keeping with the fires, the fires are being very destructive. And the more people gets here, the more difficult it's gonna be for the fire department to tackle these fires. And the more people gets here, more traffic is gonna be here. It is more complicated for all of us to evacuate, to keep the people safe, and this redistricting Kanki that they have, City Hall has, I don't know, it's confusing to me. Why do we need it? I don't know. But I trust that, you know, you guys, you are the ones who organize this, you know what you're doing. And I pray that you know what you're doing because we're gonna be all affected by it. And please keep us into consideration that we want the semi-rural horses, the chicken that Kathy was talking about it. And we love the lifestyle we have. And again, for Monica Rodriguez, she's our leader right now. We want to keep it that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Nathaniel, Nicholas, and Lionel are our last three. Nathaniel. Please.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Hello, good morning. My name is Nathaniel Rutman. I'm a volunteer with Streets for All, and I'm also a resident of North Hollywood. And before that, I grew up in South Pasadena. I'm rising today in support of Streets for All's positions. Specifically, we believe that LADOT should have the ability to construct and maintain its own streets all the way from sidewalk to sidewalk. We believe that the lack of thoroughness and that is a major cause of infrastructure falling through. And we also believe that LADOT should be supplemented with percent of property values assessed as other departments are. We've all seen the recent city budgets and we've all seen the lack in funding there. In addition, we believe that the city budget and the CIP should be extended to a 5-year plan. And I personally, not in position of Streets for All, would love to see an expansion of the city council from 15 to 30. But, you know, we all know how politically fraught that can be. But comparative to other major cities who have city councils membering 50, 49, 53, we have 15. For a city the size of Los Angeles, I don't believe that's tenable. Thank you. I'd like to yield the rest of my time.
Thank you so much. Nicholas. How long?
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Nicholas. Residents rely on safe, clean, and well-maintained neighborhoods. The Board of Public Works gives families a platform to hold the city accountable for services that impact our daily lives. Preserving this public voice ensures city resources truly meet community needs. Thank you.
Thank you, and then Lionel. Lionel, how much time?
3 minutes, Mr. Executive Director. Go for it. All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Commissioner, for coming to the City 7 in Sacramento Valley. Good morning, neighbors, stakeholders, Lionel Morris, Neighborhood Council Budget Advocate, and Budget Rep for the Foothills Trails Neighborhood Council, speaking on my own behalf. I would like to thank the commissioners for their meetings, for going across the city of LA, for coming to the valley, and for holding a planning infrastructure committee. You know, I'm a bicyclist. I'm an advocate for bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure and better public transit. So we need to improve our public transit in the valley to and from the city of LA. We also need to improve safety for our transit riders and for bicyclists, because the motors, they're too dangerous. They drive too fast. There've been many instances where they put our lives in jeopardy. And I almost got, you know, hit by motorists while bicycling. So I try to do my best to be careful, but we need better infrastructure to protect bicyclists, pedestrians, the elderly, and children. So thank you for that. I also want, in general public comment, We need to make our government better. I mean, as all you read in the LA Times, KPCC, our city is in financial deficit because of liabilities, and the LAPD has the biggest budget in the city. And it has caused other departments across the city to be understaffed, under-resourced. And I think it's not fair for other city employees to be overworked, to be overstretched, while LAPD keeps getting more funding and Mayor Bass keeps. It seems to me she keeps favoring the LAPD over other city departments. And I don't think it's not right. And I think the commissioner should put something in the charter that will make sure that other departments are well protected, their budgets are protected, to provide services to all Angelenos, and to give Controller Mejia his recommendations as he has suggested. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, and one last check, that was our last speaker who signed up, did anybody else want to speak? Going once, twice, and so, and I spoke to our chair, I just wanted to clarify, I know there were some comments about redistricting. This commission is definitely examining overall government structure. And that does include the potential expansion of the number of council members, but even if there's a number that is selected that is larger than the current 15, the redistricting would be done at a later time by, as the charter outlines, an independent redistricting commission after the census. So I just want to make sure that that was understood. The number is being looked at, but the maps would happen at a much later time to align with the census. All right, that concludes public comment.
All right, it looks like we're slightly ahead of schedule, which is always awesome. So why don't we head to our director's report? Director.
We don't have a director's report in the committee agendas, but I'm happy to give any updates or answer any questions if the commission briefly wanted to.
I'd like to know about the outreach program, what's being done for the subcommittee hearings, in terms of turnout and such.
Sure, we're doing the general outreach that we're doing for the commission meetings, including social media, working with the council district. We really appreciate the councilwoman hosting us today and doing outreach for today's meeting. I was part of their social media outreach, was part of their newsletter as well. We've been doing targeted emails and other approaches, working with the team from City Fabric who's here in part with us today. So we're going to continue to increase this today. Is our first committee meeting on a weekend, so we're kind of seeing how these numbers go as well. Yeah.
And I'm gonna ask the question that one of our other fellow commissioners always asks.
How many?
Yes.
Sorry. Playing the part of voted tonight. We have 11 people on Zoom right now.
Okay. It's a good start. Why don't we take a little break? Is Ms. Cornejo here? Okay, terrific. We want to take a slight break and so she can get set up.
Yeah, we're gonna, if I can read the item number 1. Sure. Town hall study session, planning infrastructure, comment and discussion on issues relating to current city charter provisions and related policies governing the planning, delivery, and oversight of Los Angeles's physical infrastructure. We're gonna set up for our first presenter from the Los Angeles Department of Transportation. Just give us 1 moment. And then once it's up, it's the screen, it's just to the right. Okay.
Wait. Today's the 16th. Oh no, today's the 18th.
And then pull it here, let me.
Which tab? We can just go.
Oh, hold on. I can barely see it. Where's the brightness? There we go. Second. Oh, there it is. It's on the other side. It's hard to see this screen. Okay, that's as good as it's gonna go. We'll hire. Or some, okay, and then. You gotta be on the other screen. You're on the wrong screen. Gonna be over here. You enter full screen. Okay, and then.
Oh, you gotta.
Oh, I gotta do the whole, I think I just gotta download it actually. 1 second, let's download. Okay. Okay, it's gonna be over here. That's what we wanted to do. Where'd it go? Is that it? Thank you. Did I get rid of it? Sorry, 1 more second. Let me quit. Go. Oh, because I'm full screen. We get rid of this. There we go. And then where is presentation? Enter full screen. There we go. Okay, fantastic. That's the best we can do for contrast. Sorry, everyone. All right, can you advance it? Okay, perfect. Good. Yeah, that's as far as it goes.
Thank you. Welcome. This is Laura Renee from the LA Department of Transportation. Take it away.
Thank you. And the master just signal.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Laura Rubio Cornejo. I'm the general manager of the Los Angeles Department of Transportation. And I want to start off by thanking the commission for inviting me to present today. LA DOT plays a central role in transportation planning and service delivery and infrastructure delivery within the city of Los Angeles. And while we are not a charter department, much of our work that we carry out is done in very close coordination with other departments that are included in the charter, including the Department of Public Works. And we would be impacted by many of the reforms that are being considered and discussed as part of the charter reform effort. So I appreciate that I have been welcomed and invited to share a little bit about what the Los Angeles Department of Transportation does, describe some of the challenges and opportunities to improve on infrastructure and service delivery, and then looking forward to answering any questions that might help inform the recommendations that are carried out through this commission's deliberation. So next, maybe we could go to the next slide. I want to start off with taking us a bit back in history. I think as we consider what the future of transportation and infrastructure delivery looks like for the city, it is important to take a moment and understand where the Department of Transportation came to be, how it came to be, and why we exist as a department. So I'll start by providing a brief overview of that history. So facing the rapid proliferation of the personal automobile and the exponential growth in population, LA DOT was created to better manage, regulate, and plan for increasing and expanding transportation needs in the city of Los Angeles. About 100 years ago, the city adopted its first traffic plan, codified traffic and parking regulations, and created a new street traffic bureau within the police department. And I want to take a moment to emphasize that. I think there's this conception
that the department was born out of Public Works initially. It was not. It came out of the police department where we were tasked with marking curbs, installing signage, and enforcing regulations. Essentially, really given the purview over traffic control measures at that time. As the Bureau evolved to manage vehicle traffic and balance the needs within the right-of-way, innovations came about, and these included mass storm signals, left turn signals, right on red policies, peak hour restrictions, a number of other strategies and policies all meant to help manage traffic. By the 1970s, there was a growing consensus that a combination of worsening air pollution, congestion, and pedestrian safety concerns could not simply be controlled and managed by traffic measures. We needed a dedicated department to advance new comprehensive transportation goals to improve transit, walking, biking, and overall quality of life. In 1979, LADOT was created by ordinance to consolidate all city activities related to transportation planning, management, regulation, and operations. The structural decision followed a CAO audit of the Department of Public Works, which found that, amongst many other things, one, the diffuse management structure of a plural executive board caused expensive inefficiencies and project service delivery. And two, the expanding scope and diversity of the responsibilities of that traffic bureau at the time had outgrown the purview of the board and the structure of the department. In addition to the expanding policy issues of the time, the upcoming major event, which was the 1984 Olympic Games, created even more urgency to centralize authority and to have one department oversee the multimodal efforts that the city was concerned with at that time. Next slide, please. So the structural decision that followed the CAO audit of the Department of Public Works, which found that a diffuse, did I already cover that sentence? That the diffuse management structure of a plural executive board caused this expensive, my apologies. There we go. So the council and mayor opted to create a new department by ordinance to provide the single city government focal point for the proper planning, coordination, direction, and management and operation of the city's various ground transportation activities. To form the new Department of Transportation, I think if we can go to the next slide, we might be a little off. Okay, we're on track now. To form the new Department of Transportation, employees were transferred from a number of other departments, including the Department of Traffic, LAPD, the Department of City Planning, the Department of Community Development, and the Bureau of Engineering. The Department of Public Utilities and Transportation was disbanded at that time, and its taxi cab, community transit, and utility franchising functions were absorbed by LADOT. Furthermore, the Bureau of Parking was also absorbed into the newly created department. This marked a significant shift from managing existing traffic to a more deliberate and strategic focus on planning and operating multimodal transportation systems for Los Angeles. Next slide, please. That shift and the creation of an independent Department of Transportation has brought about a number of responsibilities that are now under the Department of Transportation. I'll start with the Advanced Transportation System and Coordination Center, otherwise known as ATSAC. This is the most sophisticated signal system in the country, if not the world. To date, we are responsible for managing 5,000 traffic signals. We provide insight into the city's over 7,500 miles of street traffic network and operations, and provide critical support during emergencies, as well as everyday special events and day-to-day operations of our street network. We established a new municipal transit service, including Dash and City Ride. Last year, we provided over 16 million trips to Angelenos and guests within the city of Los Angeles. I want to emphasize that the municipal system that we operate, it is the largest municipal system in the Los Angeles region, second only to LA Metro, who is responsible for regional transportation network.
We manage public parking regulations, including public lots, metered parking, preferential parking districts. This includes over 35,000 on and off street metered parking spaces, over 11,000 parking lot spaces, and we manage over 260 preferential parking districts, just to name a few responsibilities within that unit. We develop the city's bicycle infrastructure, including bike lanes, paths, and we have a dedicated unit that really focuses on how we can implement bicycle infrastructure, not just for the sake of mobility, but oftentimes also as a safety component when we are looking at how our streets are structured and are operating. To date, we have 1,200 bike lane miles. The creation of the department also consolidated the parking enforcement and traffic control functions. These officers support over 5,000 special events every single year, and as keepers of the curb space and making sure that parking regulations are enforced, issue approximately 1.7 million parking and safety violations annually. The department has a limited field crew that is responsible with installing and maintaining traffic control devices. Last year, this crew installed 40,000 traffic signs, striped over 800 miles, and implemented, installed, maintained, or repaired over 1,000 traffic signals throughout the city. As part of the consolidation, the taxi cab and for hire regulations were brought into the Department of Transportation. This group has modernized to reflect emerging modes and expanded to include bike share, car share, dockless scooter, and delivery robots, in addition to regulating taxi and non-emergency medical ambulance transportation. And these planning, regulatory, and operation responsibilities that were fully transferred to the Department of Transportation, LADOT has continued to innovate and provide new services and solutions to the city's evolving transportation trends. These are critical mobility services that extend well beyond traffic management and right-of-way design to get Angelenos to work, school, medical appointments, and everyday activities that allow Angelenos to enjoy their everyday in the city of Los Angeles. Next slide, please. In addition to and in support of these operational responsibilities, the department was also charged with planning for the mobility needs of the city and implementing new street design and traffic control measures to expand the multimodal transportation options and improve safety. This planning, engagement, and design work is guided by a number of plans and executive directives that inform the work we carry out, starting with the mobility plan, which is a part of the general plan that was adopted in 2035. We have Executive Directive 10, which was issued under Mayor Garcetti, that established the Vision Zero program. Executive Directive 25, established under the Garcetti administration, which established the Green New Deal and facilitated the implementation of a number of complete streets corridors. And more recently, Executive Directive 9, issued by Mayor Bass, that focuses on capital planning with the goal of improving and streamlining delivery of infrastructure within the city. In this capacity, we continue to do far more than simply manage the right-of-way. We shape it to reflect and respond to the policy goals of the city and the mobility needs of all Angelenos. We use a mobility investment plan that is informed by a number of key safety, mobility, and equity criteria that inform and identify and match funding sources to high priority mobility projects. We do this not simply for the Department of Transportation, we do this for the entire city, coordinating with other departments, successfully bringing in over $200 million annually in grant funding to the city for transportation projects. We analyze crash data to prioritize street safety improvements, delivering more than 7,000 individual treatments and redesigning more than 20 miles of the city's streets with the highest rates of deaths and serious injuries, and that work continues to date. We prioritize streets for critical transit, bike, and pedestrian connections. As mentioned earlier, we have implemented over 1,200 bike facilities throughout the city, over 50 miles of bus-only lanes since 2020, and over 30 signalized pedestrian crossings every single year. Next slide. However, not all initially planned phases of the 1979 transition that were born out of the CAO audit and consolidated were implemented, leaving several bureaus under the supervision of a full-time board, responsible for much of the construction and maintenance of the right-of-way, including implementation of the plans and designs created by LADOT. The structure you see in this graphic underpins our infrastructure service delivery model to this day. Stemming from our historical purview over curb painting and signage, dating back to the 1920s, LADOT plans, designs, and implements all non-civil elements curb to curb. We rely on various Department of Public Works bureaus to design and implement any civil elements within that curb to curb space. And we rely on various Department of Public Works bureaus to plan, design, and implement any civil elements that are behind the curb. This includes ADA accessible curb ramps, sidewalk repair, and even transit amenities. And we rely on Department of Public Works bureaus for all maintenance. While once effective when focused only on managing vehicle movement and parking, this curb-to-curb focus no longer matches LADOT's broad mandate to improve safety and access for all road users, whether you walk, bike, take transit, or choose to drive. As a result, planning, implementation, construction, and maintenance are not guided by the same goals or priorities. They're not measured by the same definitions of success, and they're not funded with one comprehensive plan. This compartmentalization of the right-of-way has further assessed in a subsequent 2017 CAO report, found similar frustrations, both amongst internal and external stakeholders, which made new structural recommendations and identified the city's lack of comprehensive capital investment program as a contributing factor in ongoing coordination issues, cost increases, and declining public trust. Next slide, please. As the commission considers various reforms, let me share with you that in 2022, the National Association of City Transportation Officials, otherwise known as NACTO, published its Structured for Success report, wherein it analyzed 33 cities' government structures and their progress toward mobility goals. Across all the cities that they studied, they found 3 general structures for the delivery of transportation infrastructure and services. The first, a transportation-focused structure wherein all or most transportation functions live within one department focused on transportation with a partner agency that supports that department with certain responsibilities, very similar to how we're structured today. The second structure was a transportation inclusive, where all or most transportation functions are in a larger department that is not solely focused on transportation. And the third was a transportation diffused structure, wherein transportation functions are spread across multiple departments, none of which are solely focused on transportation. Next slide. While each model has advantages and disadvantages, the report found that the most effective model for transportation infrastructure delivery, particularly in large cities, was a transportation-focused governance structure. This also has the benefit of supporting effective transportation infrastructure, project delivery, while also keeping transportation planning, regulation, and operations under the same centralized authority, ensuring accountability and transparency. Here in Los Angeles, we moved from a diffuse to inclusive in the 1920s through the 70s and transitioned to transportation focused by the 80s. While there's a need to further evolutionize and provide structural clarity, overall, the report recommends and finds that cities establish transportation-focused agencies with this transportation-focused that have a direct line to the mayor have been the most successful in being able to meet the needs of the city's transportation demands. This evolution is evident toward this across the state and the country as more cities move toward a transportation-focused model that can accomplish more than just managing the right-of-way. It can plan, design, regulate, and operate the city's transportation facilities and services to meet the needs of the moving public. I'm sorry, let's go back. My apologies. To ensure success under this structure of a transportation-focused structure, the NACDO study further recommends that city establish clear priorities and shared goals with time-bound work plans and formal roles, responsibilities, and processes. That provides reliable recurring funding and that is insulated from politics. The city of Los Angeles meets most components of the structural recommendations with some room for additional improvement. But what the city and the structure lacks are clearly defined shared goals. The clearly delineated roles and responsibilities between departments and bureaus, and the reliable apolitical funding. This is reflected in every assessment of the city's infrastructure delivery to date, including stakeholder recommendations that this commission is considering today. The comments that we have heard and received reflect that every stakeholder presentation to date includes recommendations to, 1, align priorities, goals, and metrics of success for departments who deliver infrastructure projects, and ask to create clearer, less diffuse accountability structures, and lastly, an ask that we establish more reliable funding streams that better reflect project delivery cycles. Addressing ongoing inefficiencies in transportation infrastructure delivery remains critical to smart and transparent spending and maintaining public trust. For more than where any one department is situated, what matters most is how clearly each department's responsibilities are defined and how their measure of success and accountability is structured and aligned. Based on the progress the city has made to improve transportation outcomes to date, the current structure of our agencies and the charter itself, the most concrete reform opportunity in front of this commission is establishing a CIP. One that establishes a short and long-term strategic vision and funding commitments for all capital infrastructure. Doing so facilitates coordination amongst departments where overlapping responsibilities might otherwise impede project delivery and instead forces the city and its departments to focus on prioritized delivery of the adopted CIP projects. An adopted CIP provides transparency to the public on investment of public funds and timelines for project delivery. It allows City Council the opportunity to inform the city's overall infrastructure portfolio, and once adopted, takes the politics out of any future project delivery decision-making. And when done correctly, the operating budget should mirror the priorities identified within the adopted CIP. It is important to note that the city of Los Angeles remains the only major city in the country that does not have a CIP. Every stakeholder that I have come across, that I have heard speak today and in other commission hearings, has agreed on the need for a CIP, which the mayor has already called for in Executive Directive 9. Establishing the CIP in the charter would ensure its creation and long-term success and insulate it from political pressure. The creation of a CIP would address some of the very challenges we have today in delivering infrastructure and some of the very challenges that this commission has been tasked to address. I want to thank the commission again for the time and the opportunity to share my thoughts, and I look forward to any questions you have.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your, let's go back to the class. I'll start with my questions, to Ms. Cornejo. First of all, I take public transportation every day. I take the Dash and I just started taking the Metro and so far so good. I wanted to ask you, as you know, we have several major events coming up in the next couple of years. We have FIFA, we have the World Cup, and of course, we have the Olympics coming. What are the plans, or the plans gonna change or alter based upon those events that are coming up?
Sure, so there are a number of efforts underway, as you know. The games will be here in 3 years, and they are going to be celebrated 1,000 days out from the games. And so the work that we are carrying out at the Department of Transportation is critical. As a planning department for the city, any work that we want to see implemented, we need to have out the door within the next year, 2 years at the latest. So let me start with access to the games venues. We are identifying a number of corridors where we will be improving access, multimodal access to those venues. As you know, this is to be a transit first games. And so ensuring that our residents and visitors are accessing those games venues in any way other than by automobile means that we have to provide those transportation options. So providing pedestrian, bicycle, and transit mobility options, that is our first focus through a first last mile approach. We are also looking at developing a number of mobility hubs for those who might choose to drive into a certain location to be able to complete their trip, but also to provide them those opportunities to access the games venues with other modes of transportation. We are coordinating closely with our partners at Caltrans to develop what is called the Games Route Network. This is a network that will be primarily on the street on the Caltrans's highway system to ensure that athletes and others are able to arrive to the games on time. But then that transitions over onto city streets. And so developing that network on our city streets as well to make sure that those athletes can arrive to the venues safely, on time, and in a dependable manner. And we are looking at a number of other efforts. We also know that there are a lot of residences near the games venues. So making sure that people who live and work near those games venues are able to access their homes, are able to access their businesses. And lastly, looking at our transportation system. We are coordinating with Metro and helping to develop a regional transportation system that will facilitate a transit first experience. But we are also cognizant that even as the games are taking place, there are many Angelinos who will not be able to attend any of those events and will need to continue to go to work, go to school. So we need to make sure that we are still able to provide the transit services that allow them to carry out their lives even as the games are taking place. Those are just a couple of the things that DOT is spearheading in anticipation of the games.
Okay, just one more question, which is controversial. During COVID, rides, at least on the Dash, were products. And they phased out that, and now one has to have a tap card to access Dash and also the Metro. Is there going to be any change from the current system where one has to have a tap card in order to access public transportation?
Right, so we do still accept cash payment on our Dash system. I think the tap card allows you to have a reduced 35-cent fare. What I will say is that we're looking at and working with Metro, particularly as part of the games, to have opportunities to really innovate how customers are able to pay that fare.
And now I'll open it up for questions, first with Commissioner Schlageter.
Thank you. And thanks for all the background as well. Appreciate you getting it. As we think about the charter changes, you've identified the CIP as one of the key needs. I think I'd like to would like to understand a little more of your assessment of that. We've certainly, as an entire commission, that's caught our interest. You indicated that toward sort of identifying shared priorities that a CIP could essentially depoliticize some of the funding of those priorities. In transportation, you have a mobility plan. You do have your capital investment priorities established for your department. And I think I'd like to understand how you see a citywide CIP as a different or less political structure than the current way that your priorities compete with other priorities of the city. In establishing a CIP, we would, as a city, have to establish things well beyond transportation priorities. So I'm interested in what vision you have to depoliticize that process, as you've indicated you thought might be the outcome. And if you have any further thoughts about that.
Thank you. So let me start with the mobility plan that really establishes what I would call a vision for mobility needs within the city. But it stops short of becoming something that is implementable in that form. So we start off in the mobility plan identifying a vision, goals, corridors, where we would like to see more transit, more pedestrian amenities, more bicycle-friendly streets. But to put it really, to oversimplify it, they're lines on a map. And so what we do next is we take those lines and we do a deeper dive in really developing the plans that could be constructed and implemented. And therein lies the challenge that when we are developing, let's say, a bicycle network, we need to, one, make sure that the quality of those streets are such that someone can ride their bike safely. So we look to the Department of Public Works to assess the condition of that pavement. If it needs to be resurfaced, then we look to the Department of Public Works to resurface. As soon as they resurface, they need to make sure that curb ramps are ADA compliant. All of that requires resources, and it requires that the Department of Public Works be aligned and committed and have that same shared goal that providing safer, more multimodal transportation options is a shared goal. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. And so what a CIP does, it provides that direction. Whether you are implementing transportation infrastructure, if you are developing another capital project, let's say a bridge, or if Rexham Park has a capital project, it outlines what the city's priorities are, given its resources to deliver that infrastructure. And it essentially sets the roadmap for every single department that these are our priorities. And so it makes sure that when I have a project within that CIP that needs to be delivered, my partners in Public Works or any other department shares that same priority and vice versa. Other cities that I've worked at, that is how it is done, and it works really well. I have, prior to coming to the city of Los Angeles, I worked at the city of Pasadena, where the structure was very similar, where I relied on the Department of Public Works there to support the civil design for the construction and maintenance of my projects, and all of that was set forth within the CIP. Where I discuss about taking the politics out of it, you have a council that will have input. But the beauty of a CIP is that once it is set, it is known these are the city's priorities for the next 5 years, and we are held accountable as general managers to deliver that infrastructure. And so if I get a phone call from another office saying, I really want to move this project up, well, we have our CIP with set resources, and therein lies kind of taking the politics out of it a little bit. Whereas right now, I can say this is my priority, and because another department needs it to be a priority, I get a phone call. It is at my prerogative to say, never mind, this now drops down to the bottom. And so having that clear vision for the infrastructure that we are delivering is really important to making sure that the public knows what to expect, It provides that transparency when we receive grant funding. This is a schedule, this is when we are delivering. And it makes sure that as departments, as general managers, that we are all aligned in what our priorities as a city, not as a department, but as a city, what those priorities should be.
Thank you. I think I'll have more to say about the accountability and the executive authority to deliver on these priorities as you've indicated, but I think you've been very clear in that response. And what I've heard here, that the recommended structure of a transportation focused department and is the approach and structure that we have. But the key identified needs for you are this central shared priorities through a CIP and some funding and funding streams that may be depoliticized. I think I'd just like to invite it, not in response here, but in our process, if you want to provide further detail or recommendations about those funding structures that the charter might be able to contribute to, I just want to invite that or our staff to continue to look at that recommendation. And also for you and our staff to come back with further thoughts about the integration components and how reorganization may or may not be applicable, given the way that you've identified your structure as a broad mix of planning and program operations, as well as implementation, but not maintenance and enforcement. So you have a wide range of, you have a wide sphere of responsibilities in transportation, but not necessarily everything. And I think we need to keep an open mind about, how further to integrate those disparate objectives, or to consider reorganizing them, or to allow the executive office to further reorganize over time. So again, just as you may or may not have further ideas on that, we invite them beyond today, and I sort of flag that for the staff that will be continuing to look at that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And last but not least, Commissioner Stein.
Please. Ask Justin. Are you proposing a 2, 3, or 5-year CIP? Oh, I'm sorry, thank you.
I would recommend the 5-year.
And isn't it somewhat naive to believe that politics aren't still gonna play a key role? We're just substituting ourselves and establishing that 5-year CIP. For the Budget and Finance Committee, who on the Budget and Finance Committee, they're still gonna make sure that projects that committee that is then forwarded to the council are gonna be implemented. And I can't imagine that politics is gonna change any, in the sense of assuming the council weren't expanded, and that's not a statement of commitment to that. That each of the 15 members of the council are going to want both transportation and other parts of the CIP to include improvements to their district. So how do we take, this is almost a facetious question, how do we take politics out of it so that doesn't occur? Because other than having the CIP in place, how's it any different than what we do today? Or how council and the mayor do today?
So I think what's important to know is what I indicated was that once adopted, it depoliticizes the CIP. And what I mean by that is there will be a time for council to interject and inform what their priorities are as it relates to the CIP. If we do, as general managers, do our job well, some of those, if not all of those priorities, would be reflected in the final adopted CIP. What I would suggest is that there needs to be a structure as part of the charter reform effort that indicates that if there is any change within the prioritization, within the CIP, that has to go back to the council. And what I think some of the political interjection that we experience today is I might have a work plan. I do have a work plan. I have a 5-year work plan that is informed by a number of different metrics, including funding and resources. But it doesn't preclude any one council member from reaching out and saying, I really want this project moved up. With the CIP, it should provide a little bit of direction and guidance for where that project might land or not land, and be able to inform in a more transparent manner what would need to happen in order to advance that project above others. And so that is what I mean by the depoliticalization. I think it's more about a transparency issue and having a roadmap that guides that capital infrastructure.
But are you saying that the CIP is amendable at any time, even if it's a 5-year CIP?
It could be amendable. I have worked at other cities where the CIP comes before the governing body on an annual basis or on a biannual basis. I think that is part of what this commission needs to consider. If there are things that change within the city's situation, we need to be able to pivot as a city. And so there need to be certain parameters that allow for that. That while you want a 5-year CIP to guide that infrastructure, let's say federal funding is taken away, that was a large part of being able to deliver that infrastructure. There needs to be a way for us to be able to pivot and respond to those changing times.
This question is not intended toward the present mayor at all. But let's say the mayor calls your office and says, my priority is we need to move up X, whatever X may be. Do you think general managers are really gonna say, no, I can't do that, Madam Mayor or Mr. Mayor, whatever the case may be? And if the case is that no, that they can't stand up to the mayor or to an individual councilman or councilwoman, why is it different? I'm still having a problem wrapping my hands around the political part of it. I'm for a CIP, so but I'm having a very difficult time of how it's gonna change on the political basis that, oh no, mayor calls, sorry, mayor, can't do that for you. You sit at the pleasure of the mayor, don't you?
I do.
Okay,
But my department responds to the full council.
I understand that. So if the mayor and the full council, let's even keep that out. If the mayor and the council decided to replace you because you wouldn't move it up, does that really take the politics out of it?
As a general manager, if I get a call, whether it's the mayor or any council member saying, I really want X, it is my responsibility to provide that elected official with what the options are and the strategies for delivering on what they're asking for. If the CIP has established a process by which I can go back and reprioritize, or any other department can, I think the goal here is, one, the transparency factor. Right now, I have a list of projects that I plan on delivering in the next 5 years, and absent me posting that list on my website, there is no way for the public to know where our grant funding is being invested and other public funds are being invested. And that is the case for every single department within the city. And so if we have a CIP that is public, it's transparent, has a timeline, and I get that call, I would say, Mayor X, this is where that project that you've identified falls in line, or we don't have funding for that, we will need to secure grant funding. Or if there's a system in place to be able to return and reprioritize, then it is done in full public view. It is not a phone call at the threat of my employment to be able to accommodate that request. And I think that's an important, significant factor to take into account.
Okay, Commissioner Schladiger has a follow-up question.
Just a very quick, separate question. Thank you for the answers. The contracts that, for whether it's for your operations or implementation of work, where are those approved? Is that through your transportation commission?
My contracts don't go through the Transportation Commission, so let me differentiate. If it is for civil work, if BOE or BSS is delivering a project on our behalf, then it goes through the Board of Public Works. So we do the planning, the design, the community engagement, if there's environmental documentation, and we do that in partnership with the Public Works and then transition it over for construction and maintenance. And those bureaus take it through their process. If we are looking at other services, operations, planning, design, engagement, all those things that are within my purview, that goes through our own procurement process within the department under the city structure. And then goes to the council to get contracted.
So you said you work for the city of Pasadena. Did Pasadena have a 5-year CIP?
Had a 5-year CIP that was approved by the council on an annual basis, and closely coordinated with the annually adopted operating budget.
Thank you. Does anyone have any further questions?
I do, please. I'm not gonna ask for a number, but what percentage do you think in the CIP would come from federal or state grants? And what percentage would come from what the Council Budget and Finance Committee and then the full council allocates to it?
For transportation projects alone, sorry, breaking my-
You can answer that way, but if you would know.
I don't know, so the CIP would go well beyond transportation, so I don't have insight into what, Rex and, what RAP would need. I don't have insight into what Public Works would need. I would say that without giving you a number, much of the funding that the Department of Transportation receives is guided from local measures, so metro funding, Prop AC, Measure M, but that's also split and shared with other departments that have a transportation kind of touches transportation or supports us, and grant funding at the state level. We do receive federal funding. Much of our federal funding is for our transit operations. When we receive federal funding for specific projects, we do receive some of that. I don't have a percentage. I can follow up with a more detailed breakdown. But much of our grant funding is at the state level or through Metro SCAG. Some of it is federalized. And so that's where I would need to return to get you more specifics.
One last question. Is the CIP sacrosanct? Or if, for instance, our budget deficit isn't $1 billion next year, but $1.3 billion, does the additional $300 million deficit stall projects on the CIP, or is that taken from other priorities that the mayor and the council may have?
I would say I'll answer that in two parts. One is for transportation projects, because much of our funding for infrastructure are from grants. The local funding that we use is primarily used to match those grants. And so if what is at jeopardy is the local match component that might be taken for other purposes, then we're also risking the grant funding. But that's where I indicated that as you consider whether to add or require CIPs as part of the charter reform effort, also consider a way for the city to reassess that 5-year plan, given changes in the economy, political changes, or even changes in administrations that might have different goals. And so having that ability to be able to go back and revisit the CIP, whether it's every 2 years or however long, is important to making sure that we as a city are able to be responsive to any changes that come our way.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Cornejo. So we'll take a tiny little pause and get ready to hear from Ms. Weber from the city planning.
Oh, great. Okay, yeah, okay.
If I sit down?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, if you'd like to do the slide.
Yeah. Okay.
Cue it up.
This can do, but
Oh, there's.
Yeah. Okay. So then. Fit. Okay, let me set it up because.
okay, great. It's on Zoom.
What to do? Okay.
One that says Ricardo.
Where are you gonna pop up here on my, oh, I gotta go back. Okay, looking for the drive.
Take it out and flip it around.
Okay. There we
There
go.
we go.
Now, where are you popping up? I just don't see where it's popping up.
Should we try connecting through the other side? Through
On-
that connector?
Yeah, I mean, it popped up, but I just don't know where, okay. Come on. Anything. All right, one more time.
Not all. Email it to you real quick.
Can you just email it to me?
Yeah.
'Cause it's just not popping up.
So we could also try putting the up to seven. Right.
Oh,
Right that way on the. Like. Right. Okay.
nothing wants to pop up. No, there we go. Okay.
That's okay. Let me email it right now. Okay. Okay. What's your email?
Justin
Justin.
dot W dot, there we go.
Sorry about that. We were.
It happens.
Okay, PDF is good.
Yep. Okay. Hit it.
Just sent it.
Give it 3 cents. And then. To be instantaneous. And nothing. Okay, come on.
It's sent.
It's sent.
Yeah.
It's just how big is it? It might just take a second.
Yeah, 7 megs. Megabyte.
There we go. Got it. I'm just gonna download it. There we go. To recent desktops. Where's my downloads, documents? Almost there. Where are you downloads? All right.
My thumbstick didn't work, like some PC Mac thing.
Right.
Oh, yeah, but he has it.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. We are ready.
Great. Right.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Sorry about that. We are about to get started.
Oh. 5-minute, 2-minute, and 10-minute, just like time.
There's no way for us to advance.
Oh, there's no way for. In the front, I think so. I'm just working with the planning department, but I forgot the other young Justin. This is his computer. Yeah.
So 10, 5, and 2.
Where is the presentation on the computer?
Oh, it should just, if you use up
Oh,
and
so
down
up and down.
arrows, yeah.
Gotcha. Thanks.
It's like a screen.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Sorry about that. We are going to get started here in 1 second.
Hey folks, it's show time.
There you go.
Alrighty,
Yeah.
you can have everyone's attention if you in a conversation, if you can take it outside. Thank you. We are going to get started, and at this point, we're going to turn this over to Lisa Weber.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Lisa Weber. I'm a Deputy Director with the City of Los Angeles Department of City Planning. It's really a pleasure to be here. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm joined here today by a fellow Deputy Director, Sean Johnston, who oversees the department's Community Planning Bureau. We also have our council liaison, Ricardo Vasquez, at the table as well. And my role with the department is a deputy director over one of our 4 bureaus of the department, and that is the Project Planning Bureau, which includes all of development services and all of our entitlement and case processing operations. So today, we're going to be providing a very high-level overview on really 4 major areas, discussing the regulatory framework in which both the city planning department and other city decision makers work with regards to land use and entitlements, the types of projects, various decision makers, and levels of discretion for specific actions, multiple city initiatives, as well as a number of state mandates that have really streamlined and shaped the development process in recent years with a focus on housing and affordable housing. And finally, how the nature of planning's role has evolved in recent years and the development trends that we are tracking. So the City of Los Angeles has a robust regulatory framework, and this all starts with the general plan. The goals, objectives, and policies of the general plan inform the ordinances of our zoning code. Specifically, it's the land use element, and in the case of the City of Los Angeles, we have 34 community plans. That really establishes the land use designations and policies that identify a range of zoning options that can be applied to private property. These policies assist decision makers as they review planning requests for a new project, or even when a new proposed ordinance or policy is being advanced through the legislative process. the specific goals, objectives, and policies of the plans are used for certain types of discretionary actions. For example, the findings for approving a project regularly require that the decision maker show consistency with the general plan. The specific regulations for development are housed in our zoning code, which is Chapter 1 of the Los Angeles Municipal Code. We also have new in recent years a Chapter 1A, which really consolidated all of our processes and procedures, reduced them down by half, ensured a lot of consistency and transparency and clarity in our decision-making processes. The code includes specific use density area and massing requirements for various zones, as well as general provisions for height, parking, open space, and other requirements for new and existing development. Many projects may be subject to a more specialized set of development regulations that come in the form of overlays. We've listed out a few of what those overlays could be. It could be a specific plan, an historic preservation overlay zone. We love our acronyms. A CPIO, those are community plan implementation overlays that accompany the new updates to our community plans, or a community design overlay. The zoning code also includes a number of ordinances for programs or processes that are required or mandated by state law. And some examples of that are density bonus, affordable housing, incentive programs, the division of land regulations in Article 7 of our code, which is implementation of the Subdivision Map Act, the accessory dwelling unit or ADU ordinance, or our coastal development permit procedures in alignment with the Coastal Act. It's the city charter that establishes the authority for the Department of City Planning and various commissions and the city council to serve as decision makers. On this slide here, you can see that the Director of Planning conducts both administrative reviews or ministerial actions for compliance, as well as discretionary decisions relating to the consistency with regulations. Our zoning administrators issue discretionary decisions relating to relief from various codes with some charter specified findings. And the OZA, or our Office of Zoning Administration, also adopts rules necessary to implement various ordinances. We have 7 area planning commissions and 1 citywide planning commission. These commissions wear various hats. In one meeting, they could wear 3 different hats for 3 different actions. They serve as appellate bodies. They serve as the initial decision maker, making discretionary decisions that require a certain set of findings. And they also serve in a recommending body role on the creation of new or changes to regulations or policy that ultimately require a legislative action. And it's only that our city council, the elected body, that can serve as the final decision maker on those legislative matters. Moving on. So this graphic here just tries to demonstrate. So really authorities flow down from our city charter, giving a specific authority to the Director of Planning, zoning administrators, the various commissions, and then of course our legislative body, the city council. It's really then our zoning code, which provides those processes and procedures for how projects and entitlement requests move through our process. And this is really done in a way to be as transparent as possible, to be consistent, and to really lay out a template for how things move. And then this, of course, is followed through every project review, every application that is ultimately submitted to the city planning department. I want to take just a moment to focus on our Office of Zoning Administration. The Department of City Planning is a charter department, and the charter does establish the creation of an Office of Zoning Administration. It intended the OCA to be an independent quasi-judicial office which is really separated from the influence of any elected offices. The Office of Zoning Administration is empowered to administer and enforce the zoning code and various zoning ordinances. The charter identifies the provisions and authority of our OZA for these quasi-judicial decisions, such as zone variances, conditional use permits, and other powers and duties with respect to zoning and land use, again, as prescribed by ordinance. The zoning administrators are guided by the provisions of the charter as well as our zoning code and are required to make findings, which really serves as the nexus for their decision-making. Currently, the charter outlines the provisions and required findings specifically for granting a variance and really to ensure that a high standard of review is maintained. And this is because variances are official exceptions to local zoning laws that allow a property owner to use their land in a way that would otherwise be prohibited. So there's really two major types of projects. By right projects, we also call these ministerial projects, and discretionary projects. Starting first with the by right projects. By right projects, many of those are requests that come to the city and go straight to the Department of Building and Safety for permit issuance. There's really no engagement or requirement to consult with or go through a process through the Department of City Planning. But there are a number of actions that do require the Department of City Planning to do what's called an administrative review. And administrative reviews have really little to no discretion, but do require some type of compliance review with a certain set of clear development standards. By right projects do not trigger any CEQA analysis or CEQA clearance. By right projects do not have a public hearing, and by right projects are not appealable. There is no appeal process. Alternatively, with discretionary projects, and there's a variety of them, we'll get into that. Any discretionary action requires a CEQA clearance. That could be as easy as a categorical exemption or as big as the preparation of an environmental impact report. Discretionary actions often require a public hearing and will also include an appeal process where something can be elevated to a higher decision-making body for consideration. Decision types. So there are the categories of decisions made on entitlement requests that come to the City Planning Department. We were just touching on administrative reviews. We've got a lot of acronyms here. ADM, these are really what denotes the type of project that's moving through. So an ADM, an administrative, or an EAR, that's brand new. That's an expanded administrative review that was created through one of our CHIP ordinances for affordable housing. We have Director of Planning actions. We have zoning administrator actions. The Deputy Advisory Agency serves under the authority of the Director of Planning, and that is specific to actions related to the division of land and implementation of the Subdivision Map Act, tract maps, parcel maps, and such. We have 7 area planning commissions that are organized geographically, and we have 1 citywide planning commission. So the amount of discretion really depends on the entitlement type. So even those projects that do fall into a discretionary bucket still have various levels of discretion, really low, medium, and high. Low discretion when there are limitations that have been imposed by state law or even our local zoning code. A density bonus, which is offering or seeking on and off menu incentives, would be a great example of that, where the discretion of the City Planning Commission is incredibly limited to deny the project, modify the project, or to deny their ability to take advantage of certain incentives. There's medium discretion that we have. where a use may be an allowable use per our zoning code, but there is still an ability by the decision maker to impose conditions of approval to reduce impacts. A new school in a residential neighborhood is a really great example of that, where it's an allowable use, but we want to make sure that it's compatible and works well with the surrounding environment. And then, of course, we have a high discretion, and really we exercise high discretion on anything that is a legislative matter, a general plan amendment, a new specific plan, amending in a specific plan, or a zone change. High discretion is also used for those deviations from the code, seeking a variance or seeking an exception from a specific plan. We can really start from almost a place of no and work our way to making the findings to grant that relief. The determination process is pretty straightforward here. A decision maker must render a decision on both the CEQA clearance as well as the entitlement request that is coming before them. What will be issued is a letter of determination or a letter of determination, and an appeal period will be open. If an appeal is filed, the matter will be scheduled for a public hearing before the appropriate appellate body. And there's a variety of appeals. We have zoning administrator decisions. You can see some of those here, director level decisions, and then our deputy advisory agency, just focusing on the deputy advisory agency, which is again, under the authority of the director on matters pertaining to the Subdivision Map Act. If you have a tract with units or lots that exceed 50, you're headed to the City Planning Commission for that appeal hearing. If it's under 50, you're going to the appropriate area planning commission. Okay, I'm going to switch gears and talk a little bit about what's been happening with the Department of City Planning's work program, some of the trends that we're seeing, and what both the state mandates and a lot of our local programs are really yielding, and how it's really changed the nature of the work in the planning department. So there's been a real evolution of decision-making in recent years, a significant shift in the number of administrative cases compared to discretionary cases. A decade ago, all of our work was in the discretionary category, and we've really see that flip on its head. And this graph will demonstrates for you that we see administrative filings continuing to grow. As an example, in fiscal year 24-25, the fiscal year that just ended, we received into the department 7,600 applications. For over 4,700 of those, 4,700 of the 7,600 were administrative in nature. And we received about 820 discretionary cases. So it really, really has changed. I think, in a lot of ways, this is really good because it creates a lot of certainty for the development community. It's really expedited a lot of the processes and procedures, and it allows us to implement development standards that are in place that still ensures that what is built in the built environment meets the goals and policies that we're hoping to achieve. As a result of this shift, we've seen the number of legislative requests really decrease. General plan amendments, zone changes, we have less appeals as a result of this. So again, we're really seeing just the changing nature of the work that we're doing in the planning department, and ultimately what is advancing to the various appointed and elected officials for this decision making. So why is this happening? We have a number of city actions that have taken place in recent years. This is just highlighting a few of those. Our housing element sites ordinance, and I mentioned this earlier, the CHIP, our citywide housing implementation program that includes a suite of new ordinances really focused on the creation of housing and affordable housing. We're relying much more heavily on development standards rather than guidelines. We have put into effect a number of programs that really provide the expedited review for certain qualifying projects that are providing a certain percentage of affordable housing. We have our priority housing project program. What's very notable in recent years is Mayor Bass's Executive Directive 1, which created a ministerial process for those projects that are proposing at least 50% affordable housing. We've also made amendments to our site plan review thresholds that has also facilitated the ability for housing projects to move forward in a much more expeditious way. Just to provide a couple of stats on that. You know, and this is really notable in the time that I've been with the city for about 13 years. We do a good job of really tracking what's coming into the department, what's leaving the department. And for a second year in a row, the Department of City Planning has entitled more covenanted affordable units than market rate units. And so of the 28,300 that were approved in the last fiscal year, 21,000 of those were covenanted affordable units. That represents 75% of all housing units being approved. 3 fiscal years ago, fiscal year 22-23, I think we entitled about 3,500 total affordable housing units. So it is increased significantly. That's good news, and that's as a result of the work that we're doing in our policy work programs. We're also expediting case processing outside of just residential development, really focusing on both economic development as well as small businesses. The restaurant beverage program, our al fresco ordinance, and the very new DTLA 2040 alcohol and entertainment service streamlining. All of those programs create an administrative process for businesses, restaurants to secure the ability to sell and serve alcohol on site without having to go through what could be an onerous, very risky, lengthy, expensive conditional use process. It still ensures that all of the same conditions need to be met. It still ensures that we have the ability to enforce. But it creates a lot of certainty, and it helps get a lot of these restaurants and businesses up and running much quicker, which has been really important to do, especially since the pandemic years. CEQA streamlining has been a big deal, and you know, forever. Our 3 options on the menu was a negative declaration, a mitigated negative declaration, or an environmental impact report. And in recent years, the state has really created many more pathways with regards to CEQA. And we've got even more acronyms to talk about here. We have our SCIPPIs and our SKIAs that really tier off of the SCAG, the regional plans for the multi-county area that really create pathways, an alternative to producing an environmental impact report, which is a very heavy lift and often takes several years to prepare. Most recently, we have our housing element CEQA streamlining clearance, and this is really a statutory exemption for projects that were really contemplated and considered as part of the adoption of our housing element recently. And then even more recently than that, we've been starting to implement AB 130. This is also a statutory exemption created by the state. And so really projects that do include some form of housing and affordable housing can really take advantage of these streamlining measures. We still have projects that need EIRs. But the number of EIRs we have in our department has gone down by half. We used to have between 70 and 80 in production at any given time. We're now in the 30s, low 40s. And it's really for the projects that really need that EIR, the expansion of major entertainment production studio campuses, medical campuses, a large multi-block campus style mixed use projects. Those still need the EIRs, but now we have greater capacity to handle those. So I talked about state mandates really influencing the way that we do our work. This is not a comprehensive list of all of the density bonus laws that have come into play in recent years. Every year we have a new suite of regulations that we need to dive into, understand, learn, and then apply in a very consistent way across not just the Department of City Planning, but the other departments that are involved in development services. And then we have the Housing Accountability Act, the HAA. Again, this really has placed some limitations on the city and its decision makers with regards to the ability to deny, modify, or condition certain projects, again, that have that affordable housing component. You can see here that there's a very high bar where we must show that there is a specific adverse measurable impact on health and safety with no feasible means to mitigate. And that's an incredibly high bar to establish for some of these projects. People have been talking about the builder's remedy rules. There's a lot of that was just recently updated. Again, it was strengthened to again really constrain the local jurisdiction's ability to act in certain ways.
Ms. Weber, I'm gonna ask you to wrap it up a little bit because we still have some time for question and answer before we hear from Councilwoman Rodriguez.
This was the last slide. Various zoning overrides are now in play. I think everybody's familiar with Senate Bill 9. That's been a big topic of discussion. AB 2011 allowing for large mixed-use projects on commercial in a ministerial way. So yeah, I'll leave it there and just conclude by saying and emphasizing that it's really the charter and the code that tells us what to do, how to do it, and what process to follow. And both our policy work as well as a number of state mandates have really shaped the way that we do our work today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I just have one question and then I'll open it up. The last charter created the Area Planning Commission. And I've been curious about how that's working out as far as the of what you all do, and do they have input? Have they been successful? Have they gotten up on and on the ground? I mean,
yeah, in fact, just yesterday, the Department of City Planning hosted a 6-hour training for all of the APC members, as well as the City Planning Commission and the Cultural Heritage Commission. I would say that in recent years, we've really worked to standardize the lens by which each of these APCs is looking at a project really needs to be consistent. And I think historically that maybe wasn't necessarily the case, that each geography really operated in a different way. And really, again, I think our local regulations and state mandates really require us to look at things through the same lens. The volume of cases going to these APCs has declined significantly in recent years because we don't have as many appeals. There isn't the need for a specific plan exception because you can ask for those deviations through the density bonus incentive program. And so applicants are finding ways to not have to go the legislative route with a zone change, instead do it through density bonus, avoid the specific plan exception, go through density bonus. And so the types of cases that normally would be headed their way we just don't see that traffic quite as much.
Thank you. And now, let's hear from questions from Commissioner Stein, if you have any.
Lisa, thank you for a wonderful presentation. Did a great job. My first question is, what does city planning look for the Charter Reform Commission to do to make it a more effective partner?
Well, I know that we provided a letter in August.
Right.
That really talked about some of the provisions as it relates to general plan amendments. And the amount of work and public input and considerations that goes into the general plan amendment process, our community plan process, and the ability for that to move forward to council without the threat of it, and being denied because certain time mandates were not met. So I know that that's one thing. We did suggest that we could look at the area planning commissions. There's 7 area planning commissions. Again, we are seeing a bit of a change in the volume and type of work going to these APCs. I think that could be open for discussion as well.
We had a presentation by the Central Cities Association on FAR for downtown LA. Basically change it from the charter from 13 to 1 to unlimited. Planning department have any position on that change?
Yeah. I'm going to invite my colleague, Shauna Bonston. You're here for a reason.
Great question.
To come and tag team the Q&A with you.
Hello, everyone. Deputy Director, I oversee community planning. And yes, stepping back just a second, the chance to kind of reevaluate the charter. When I first came to the department in 2001, the charter had just been amended. It's been interesting to see over the years our ability to kind of track what works and doesn't work. I think sometimes thematically we've seen a level of detail in the charter that has not always been as helpful. Like some things are you can tell that they're solving for something of their time, and it's worth kind of questioning, is that still needed today? Sometimes our processes have changed, or just, culturally there are enough changes. So the 13 to 1 actually came out of a previous height requirement that had City Hall be the tallest building. That's kind of like why height first got introduced into the charter. We have often wondered why you would need the floor area ratio limited within the charter. And that's not something that you see other cities have as well. So our position would be that it's worth evaluating removing the 13 to 1. I will say, though, that requires an environmental process that's probably not practical for us to complete in a timely manner for next year, a ballot initiative. So we would need an environmental impact report likely to reduce the floor area ratio.
Even so, if I'm understanding what you're saying, even if the full commission voted to eliminate 13 to 1 and make it unlimited, that couldn't go on the ballot without the environmental impact report?
I'm flagging that additional research would be needed, that it might be a time limiting issue.
Yeah,
go ahead.
we're definitely speaking with some of the attorneys in the city on options for that, including maybe having language that says this would be removed if after a CEQA or a process was played out that would allow it to. So yeah, we're looking at some options, but definitely working with lawyers.
Okay. I don't know which to address this to of you two fine ladies. What do you think about a deemed approved ordinance? So if you have a project, and I noticed that your cutoff was 50 between CPC and APC, of something that was basically already zoned, but it had to go through the deputy advisory agency. And I know planning does their best, but sometimes it drags on. Where if no environmental impacts required, of saying that the submission is approved, deemed approved, if in fact it's not acted upon, either approved, modified, or denied within 6 months, 12 months, 18 months. I'm not trying to prejudge that time period, but wouldn't that give a little more certainty and more housing construction to the city of Los Angeles?
Absolutely. We have a number of, we call them shop clocks that we're working under, whether they be state shop clocks, federal shop clocks in the case of wireless approvals, for example. But also our own code, the ability to take a project to another body to remand it up. Yes, we're under far more requirements today than we have been. And that has also changed the nature of our work, right? So all of these administrative approvals, especially the ones that are focused on affordable housing, we have a certain number of days. And if we miss a step, we are held accountable. The development community and the applicants are very quick to hold our feet to the fire with regards to us deeming them complete or incomplete, providing them upfront with everything that's needed in order for a decision to be rendered on that project.
But my proposal actually goes one step forward, that it be deemed approved if it's not denied or modified. Department have a position on that?
I think anything that looks to expediting and streamlining is worth evaluating. And I would likely take the form of a new ordinance and would likely include some type of guardrails. We like the word guardrails that really provide, again, the certainty that if you get the fast pass, we want to ensure that you're really checking the boxes with regards to certain basic development standards that we want all projects to see.
What's your thought of a merger? And we don't have the time as a commission, I believe, to even get into this. I'm just trying to see, with all the changes in the law where the state has taken over so much of planning in the city of Los Angeles, merging planning and building safety. I know it sent, unfortunately, 2 people to prison over that issue, but it's the issue itself that's of importance, not what went wrong the last time around that it was being considered. What's your thoughts on that?
That's a great question, and this is something that has come up, and for smaller jurisdictions, in our county, it's common that you have a development services department that includes both city planning, building and safety, maybe also economic development or housing. I think given the scale of our jurisdiction and what we do and the number of employees, that does make things difficult. But I will say, and I'm glad I have the opportunity to speak on this, we are moving forward right now. It's been approved through our budget and we are in implementation mode, and we are flipping the light on January 1st. And all of zoning review will shift, zoning review and zoning plan check will shift from the Department of Building and Safety to the City Planning Department. And our city is unique in many ways. And one of those ways that it's unique is our department, even though, as I explained, it's our Office of Zoning Administration, it's our department that really creates the ordinances, establishes the codes. It's the Department of Building and Safety on a day-to-day basis that does the zoning plan check and ensures that compliance. And so it's been bifurcated. So we have zoning really happening in 2 separate departments. And so we are lifting up the zoning components from building and safety. We are joining them with our department and creating a brand new bureau of our department called the Development Services Bureau, where the Office of Zoning Administration, a new entitlement review, streamlined program, and all of zoning plan check from building and safety and expanded case management. It will all exist within one umbrella. And we're really excited about this because it's going to help the late hits, and it's going to help with those moments where building and safety and the Department of City Planning may not be reading the code in quite the same way.
I have 2 more quick questions, for bear with me. The first is you spoke about community plans in your presentation. How many community plans were approved in the last year, a revised community plan, and how many are expected to be approved in the, let's just say, next 2 fiscal years?
I can speak to that. I oversee the community planning program. So in the last year, 3 were approved. So Hollywood was approved and then downtown actually combined 2 existing community plans into a single one. The downtown plan also introduced our new zoning code. So you heard reference to that chapter 1A code, really looking at front ending those development requirements and being really more transparent as a code. It's a large, and I'll take a moment to just say it's a very large endeavor to update the zoning code in the city. And we can't do that through the stretch of the entirety of the city, so we're doing it through community plans. So downtown was the first one to do that. Upcoming, we have Boyle Heights, which is currently in a city attorney review and in the final processes. So the city council has approved that. That is just kind of getting final amendments and then should be effective in the next year. We also have 2 plans in the Harbor and Harbor Gateway area that should in the same kind of process. We just got approved through council. That's undergoing a form and legality review and some updates to the chapter 1A portion. So those should be approved in the next fiscal year. Following that, we also have no less than 7 they're in process, and those are probably looking at the next couple of years after that. That includes the Southwest Valley with 3 plans and the west side with 4 plans.
Last question. With so much being taken over by the state, taking total discretion away from the city of Los Angeles or local control, how much has the workload of the department dropped? And
I'm not saying
that's the question I need to hear.
No, I would say it's absolutely increased, and for us as a moving target to work on something like a community plan, which again, many of our plans are 20 square miles. Those are the size of small cities for sure, right? They take many years in the process, and if there's a moving target from the state about what gets approved or what is now allowed, that takes more time rather than less. That may eventually change, but for now, because we're trying to adjust and accommodate. And there's a lot of groundwork that happens obviously when we do local land use planning, when you're able to kind of take a look at where density makes most sense. And so it is certainly more work than less for now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. The community plans, as I understand, are not in the charter other than as an element of how to break down the geography for implementation. So that the process of consolidating those or, how we may effectuate those being implemented more quickly, that's within our control without a charter recommendation, as I understand it. In the 7 APCs, is that specified as a number or simply as a concept in the APCs?
5 is the minimum currently for APCs. We have divided into 7.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate the walkthrough of the different aspects of approvals that happen through your department. And if there's the zoning administrator, as you've identified, what is distinguishing their discretionary action and an APC discretionary action? In other words, why is an APC necessary to be involved in a discretionary action when you have a zoning administrator?
Well, they serve as the appellate body. So those zoning administrator decisions, if appealed, move through the area planning commission.
Okay, so that appellate role that you had identified is the discretionary role that APCs have. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. And then the final, what?
I mean, APCs wear 3 hats. They're first level decision makers, they're an appellate body,
Right.
and they're also a recommending body.
But are they a first level decision maker on a discretionary
Yes.
project? And so
On-
what's the
on specific
distinction
zoning
between that
sections.
and a zoning administrator's role?
Well, the code tells you that. The
Okay.
code has a certain authority to act on certain requests. And the area planning commission has the responsibility, for example, to take action on exceptions from a specific plan, which equates almost to like a variance.
And
So
so,
they both serve in quasi judicial.
and that's broken out in the code or in the charter?
Charter and code.
So I invite a discussion from staff for future consideration about whether there's some assembly of that into one, and simply to say, as you shift to further administrative process, any further changes, we do have what Vince in the presentation that was presented to us before, but any further charter recommendations, we invite toward supporting your shift to administrative process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Weber, and, please tell me your name again.
Shauna Boston.
Shauna Boston, thank you so much for your presentation. Now, without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. Oh, I see some public commissioners here as well. Thank you all for being here this morning. So, well, I'm going to be me. That's what you're all used to. So, good morning and welcome to Pacoima City Hall, and thank you all for being here this morning. And I want to thank the commissioners for your work and your service in this role. Now I'm going to be candid for members of my community about what this process is, what it looks like, and how it's formed. And I'll be honest, as an elected official, I wish I was more clear with the intent and procedurally how your work is going to materialize in reforms that actually get to the salient concerns of members of the public. And so I'm concerned about it with, in terms of, for me, the lack of clarity and just procedurally as you're here. And again, I thank you for your work and how the commission has broken up some of the conversations with respect to infrastructure. I've publicly heard in the media communications that I believe mislead the public that this is going to somehow determine how quickly potholes get filled or how quickly, a sidewalk might get repaired, and under the guise of certain other larger reforms. And I want to be very clear about what the charter is and what it does or what it doesn't do, because I want to be clear about not manipulating the public's understanding of how we get the basic fundamental infrastructure work done in the city. And it's not going to be achieved through charter reform. Perhaps there are some things that we need to change policy-wise that change how staff are, how quickly they are hired or fired, or how that's one piece. But that's a conversation about all city employment. That isn't just around infrastructure. So I just want to be clear about delineating those things, because I think conflating it not only confuses the public, but I will say, I think confuses elected officials, perhaps even elected officials that are newer and don't understand the functionality of what the charter actually governs. I'm concerned about conversations being conflated to advance an agenda, a political agenda, frankly, about how elections are conducted and what representation looks like for the city of Los Angeles, and not getting rooted in the salient points of what matters to people, which is, I want to know that if I call 311, that someone's going to help respond and take care of this pothole in my district, or get the streetlights back on quickly. But I don't want to conflate it or confuse it with that being about the number of elected officials that exist in the city of Los Angeles to address it. Because with all due respect, I help facilitate potholes getting filled by making sure the department is being responsive to my community. But more elected officials isn't going to ensure that potholes get filled. It's about how we as a body approve this budget and prioritize the needs of the people. So I don't want to confuse members of the public or have this be a ruse for how functionally the delivery of services happen.
So I just want to bring clarity because I think there's been a lot of statements that have conflated what people in Los Angeles really want to see with their local government. And it has been misguided by public commentary that I believe has nothing to do with it other than political goals and ambitions that aren't related to delivery of city services for the people of Los Angeles. So I want to be clear about that. And I want to make sure that our city departments, and I want to appreciate, I know planning was just here, and I know we've got rec and parks here. We're in an environment economically where this city is struggling, and it's going to continue to struggle, given that we have an inhospitable federal government that is continuing to squeeze the resources that we do have. We have just miraculously squeezed out from a $1 billion shortfall in city funds that has already impacted the delivery of local services, has squeezed our city departments from any level of flexibility to reallocate staff to help address the critical concerns that they have to respond to for the calls from our community. And yet somehow this is guys in a conversation about ranked choice voting and expanding the council. I don't understand how the two align. I don't understand how departments are supposed to come present when they have, let's be honest, they know the work that they have to do. They get the calls for services every day. They're being brought here with a request from commissioners to say, well, what would you change? Well, that's a policy conversation that we need to be engaged in, but I don't know that it's a charter reform conversation. So I think it's really important that as we invite departments in to engage in these conversations, that we distill the very hyper concerns that perhaps general managers have raised about what perhaps is tying their hands in their ability to do their job. And whether or not that is a function of a charter failure or a function of a policy failure. And I think those are very important things to distill in this conversation. You all have been saddled. Publicly, everyone knows that I was questioning this work being rushed as quickly as it is. The charter is the guiding, it's the constitution of our city. I don't know about you, but when the Constitution of the United States was created, there was a lot of thought and depth and work, and it used to be that there was far more engagement about how we make changes to that document, because it would have real and detrimental impacts to how the governance structure is and what representation looks like. But I don't feel like we're giving it appropriate time to engage in that very deep conversation. Instead, everyone's being, and I'm really trying to be respectful, but departments are being dragged in, asking, well, what would you change? Communities being pulled from their daily life, from, being able to access government as they know how, and being, I think, misled or misguided in terms of what are the salient things that are going to really be changed or what's being proposed. And I think this is all being really rushed, and I have some real reservations about it without distilling very concretely what is it we're trying to fix. And I think it's really important. You've had a number of different conversations, and again, it's still not really clear to me when we're having an infrastructure conversation here in the Northeast. Infrastructure is a conversation that happens throughout, all parts of the city. Everyone's suffering with frustration around that. I'd like members of my community to be able to engage with all commissioners about what we think real governance structure looks like, if we're going to have that conversation, or if that's the real impetus and motivation behind this Charter Reform Commission. Because I don't think this is something that should fly fast and loose. For members of the public that are here, what you should know is I introduced a motion several months ago that sought to have commissioners document the conversations and the engagement that they're having with elected officials. behind closed doors, or their staffs. To have ex parte communications shared with members of the public, so that we're operating in full transparency. Because as I understand it, this conversation for charter reform, the impetus for it, as it was cited, was that we were going to clean up all the backroom deals and the corruption at City Hall. I think it's really important that commissioners continue to communicate, document whatever engagement they're having with elected officials, so that the public is really clear. Now, that's not for commissioners to do, that's for my colleagues to do. But I want the public to know that the president of the council has not yet scheduled it. And it's the president of the council as well as the mayor that have been the appointing authorities of the commissioners. And I think those are really important facts that I want the public to be aware of. Because I believe in full transparency with how we engage in these conversations. And the full transparency, for me, requires us to be very clear about what the intended problems we're trying to solve. Because this is a lot of work, and it's a lot of time. It is a lot of people's time here that are taken away from their livelihoods. Obviously, you all have day jobs as well, and you're dedicating yourselves to going around the city and engaging in these conversations. But let's not waste the public's time. And let's focus on making sure that we are going to hone in on the parts of the charter that are really the problem that we're trying to solve. But I don't want to misguide the public that you changing something in the charter is going to return a faster pothole getting filled, when in fact, the budget is getting cut by the mayor and members of the city council. So again, I say this with all due respect, because I want to make sure that this government operates for the people of this city. We have been trying to impart with the public, how this government responds to your calls for service. But there are some things that are being cut just merely because the budget is getting cut. It has nothing to do with the charter. It has everything to do with the squeezing of city staff and services. And I know some of you know that history all too well as former city employees and former department staff. So again, I want to thank you all for being here today. My point in being here this morning with all of you is to publicly say that I have some real reservations and concerns about how this work will ultimately materialize and whether or not it gets to the root of what the public really wants to see happen with their local government. And I don't want it to be misguided or simply a ruse for some other political agenda that frankly doesn't get to the root causes of what Angelenos want to see their local government responding to. And I believe what they want is quality services, greater investments in making sure that street services has the right staffing, that street lighting can get the lights back on, that sanitation is going to pick up their trash. And oh, by the way, that you're not going to constantly get charged for supplemental charges to get basic services that you would get in any other city in the nation. And I think those are really important things for people to focus on in these conversations. But I'm asking the commission and the staff for the commission to be really clear about if there's an agenda, don't misguide the public. Be real honest about the work that you're doing, because this is going to be significant changes to our city charter and how it governs and how it works in the city. And I want to make sure people are trusting of their local government and not finding out, much like we saw in other elections where people just blindly approve something because the county advanced it, then turns out it undermines something critical in terms of services that the public wanted. We have examples of the failure to rush something through. It just happened with the county. So I would really urge this commission to hone in very acutely on the parts of the charter that you think are most relevant to really untangle perhaps what is being, and again, maybe it's conversations around civil service, maybe whatever it is. But I think you should go in with a very narrow agenda focused on service delivery. Because if we're gonna have a conversation, you're gonna drag in all the city departments to come have a conversation with you. That's staff time that we know that they could be doing and helping to work on our parks, work on planning issues. You ask any developer in the city, they complain about the length of time that our city departments take to respond to their issues. Well, with all due respect, if those city departments are getting dragged in to talk to you, then that's one less thing that they have to prepare to come in and talk to you about these issues. That's one less project that they're working on in the city of Los Angeles right now as their resources continue to get tightened. As they're currently being told by the mayor's office, cut another 5% out of your budget for the next fiscal year. So this is not, I don't want to put you guys out. I know the city employees are a little nervous right now because I'm saying all those things. I'm saying the things that you can't say. That's what I'm here for. Because I need them to be successful, to serve my community, to serve the people of this city. And I don't want their time to get sucked up being part of a process that is so broad in scope that in the end, frankly, has just exhausted a lot of limited resources and energy that they have to be effective in the roles that they have. And so that is my request to this commission, so that we can make sure that we get to the most salient points of what people in the city want to see. And that is more expeditious delivery of city services. That is to make sure that if someone wants to develop in our community, they're not stuck for years waiting for a permit or getting the approvals that they need, or getting the electricity turned on. But as much as they're gonna come, all these staff members that are gonna come in and present to you, that's time that they're not doing their regular job because they have to prepare for these conversations. So I just want to be mindful of the work of this commission to make sure that we're setting up our city family for the success that we all need them to have, especially in the wake of the fact that we have a more difficult and struggling financial outlook in the city. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let me just a second to get the Board of Public Works presentations now.
I've been downloaded already. I just want to make sure.
Scroll me the presentation.
That's the Zoom. Okay, back to ground. Hold on, man. One right above it. Okay. Yeah, I can. Yeah. I'll do the time. Yeah.
Okay, everyone, we're going to get started with our next presentation from the Board of Public Works. We have Steve Payne and Jenny Chavez. So welcome to the both of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, good morning, everybody. And first, my name is Steve King. I have the honor of serving as the president of the Board of Public Works, and I also wear another hat. I recently appointed as the mayor's chief film liaison, and I'll also have my colleague introduce herself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jenny Chavez and I'm the Vice President of the Board of Public Works. And it's a pleasure to be here.
So on behalf of the board and the Department of Public Works, we want to thank the commissioners for their time this morning and for all of you, members of the public and different stakeholders for spending your Saturday morning with us. So we have a quick presentation and there's a little bit of overlap with some of the presentations earlier, so we'll quickly move through our slide. Let's go to our next slide. So I wanted to really set the stage and level set. I know you heard from Department of Transportation earlier, but I think we can all agree that at the City of Los Angeles, one of the main challenges is the fragmentation of our work, because within the public right of way, even outside the Department of Public Works, there are many departments, whether it's transportation and water and power, that have overlapping services. And although we do our best to coordinate, many times that coordination is not there. So we're wasting precious resources, time, and opportunities for grants and others. Next slide, please. So if you look across the board, there are over 50 infrastructure programs that operate just between the Department of Public Works, transportation, and water and power. And once upon a time, all of this was under one roof. And we'll go to our next slide. And some of our main challenges, to give examples, are stripping, pavement conflicts, street light poles that also hold traffic signal, bike lanes that require both pavement work and stripping, which you heard earlier from DOT, ADA ramps that need coordination with traffic control boxes, special events requiring multiple department coordination. Slide. And sort of the three main buckets of issues that we wanted to tackle this morning is, you heard about the CIP. Currently, there is no capital infrastructure plan at the City of Los Angeles, so we are on the same page about that. And then in number two, I'm a big proponent of procurement, making sure that our small businesses, especially people, minorities, women-owned businesses, have the same level of opportunities here at the city as major corporations do. However, many of our contracts do take up to several years to develop due to multi levels of approvals. And then at a time when you're all seeing headlines about the billion-dollar deficit, I come from the lens of grants funded public infrastructure projects, and I know how important that is. And that is something that we fill many of our missed opportunities and resources. And unfortunately, because many departments are competing with each other instead of collaborating, we are missing some of those opportunities. And then I'll turn it over to Commissioner Chavez for some of our solutions.
Thank you. Well, I don't want to repeat what you've already heard, which is the current system, the next slide, is broken. So we're bringing some solutions with some recommended tactics for implementation. So as you heard, we don't have a capital infrastructure plan. We support the creation of a CIP, long-term CIP, especially for all citywide and long-term planning. We specifically, because the board oversees a majority of infrastructure programs, and we have charter authority over the public right-of-way, and specifically under Charter Section 581K, where the board is tasked with making recommendations about both short and long-term public works plans and programs. We see a need for comprehensive planning across departments, and we believe that this should be housed in an office of infrastructure management in the Board of Public Works. Next slide, please. The reasons for this are just give 7 seconds. Reasons for this, as we heard, comprehensive planning across the city just doesn't happen, and it's really important for all the individual planning activities that are happening, not just within the bureaus, but outside of the bureaus and other departments, have a unified, comprehensive look at them. And so this office would not only be tasked with creating the CIP, they would have representatives that would come from each of the departments, not just each of the bureaus,
but departments outside that touch anything related to infrastructure. So that would include DOT, for example, DWP. There would be a representative from every office that manages infrastructure programs in the city in the Office of Infrastructure Management, so that they could focus on that creation of a long-term strategic plan and not be bogged down with the operational challenges of running a department, so to speak. And they could have the opportunity to look at data, for example, from 311. As you know, 85% of all 311 calls come into Public Works. Wouldn't it be great to have an office dedicated to look at analyzing that data on a citywide basis and identifying gaps in services and prioritizing those investments and integrating that into the CIP? And equity is so important. As we know, not all departments are made equal. It's important that those departments every department have equal access to planning resources rather than just the well-funded programs being able to afford those services. And in addition, this office, it would be important for this office to not only prepare the CIP, the long-term CIP, but also be formally called out in the charter to prepare and update annually, also to act as the lead coordinator for all infrastructure projects involving multiple departments, and be granted authority to resolve interdepartmental conflicts on infrastructure priorities. There should also be a mandatory consultation requirements for other departments on projects that affect Public Works. Next slide, please. So, sort of in the same vein, since the lack of or maybe not the best coordination currently occurs amongst departments in the city, and I'm sure you will continue to hear that as you hear more from the public and stakeholders, elected officials, and other departments. As you have heard, it's not a secret that the design, the planning, and the execution of projects, especially in the public right-of-way, are not housed in the same place. There is no unified oversight. They are located in different departments. And even though we are one city, departments have different core missions. So we believe that all activities that are over, on, and under the street should have unified oversight. And this is something that was detailed in the 2017 CAO report that was done by a Fuse Corps fellow, was mentioned earlier by our DOT general manager. That specific report was a 2-year report. It took 2 years to implement. It was over 400 interviews, both outside and inside the department. And their number one recommendation was to unify and to bring all of those activities under the Department of Public Works. By combining all of the food service and street activities under this unified management, it would resolve a lot of the conflicts that we are currently dealing with, that the public deals with on a regular basis when their striping doesn't happen because there was, a missed coordination on the paving schedule, for example. Next slide, please. So, and also putting all of the functions under the board would avail them of the benefits of having a full-time board, which is the regularity of the meetings, the dedicated oversight that the board has over specifically infrastructure issues, the regularity of our meeting schedule. We meet 150 times a year, 3 times a week, and there's a reason for that because we approve 85% of the city's construction contract. So every city department that has an infrastructure project, not just DOT, but like parks, libraries, police, airport, everyone has to go through the Board of Public Works because we approve and award all those contracts. So that, Steve. Oh, yeah, and this is just a little bit more of just best practices. I specifically called out San Antonio and Dallas because they went through a consolidation of under Public Works in the last decade or so, but they certainly experienced improved project delivery, enhanced coordination. And by integrating the expertise, they were able to execute projects with the full understanding of the planning intent. So we call out the Measure HLA and Mobility 2035 projects specifically because the whole reason that Measure HLA exists is because the public was tired of and unhappy with the way that or the lack of those projects being delivered. And so they took it upon themselves, which I can't blame, to make that happen, force that coordination to happen. But that's just a result of the current system, which we believe can be rectified with just better coordinated oversight.
And just a little bit about our history and our current dynamic is that the board was founded by the voters of Los Angeles to ensure that we protect our democratic process, our commitment to community engagement, and honest and transparent oversight. So before the board, we had a single superintendent that oversaw public infrastructure. But when you concentrate billions and billions of dollars and all the powers that come with public works into a single individual, that led to corruption. So because of that, the voters of Los Angeles and the leadership at the time created this board, making a 5-member citizen body. We're the only full-time commission, and we collectively are the general manager of the 5 critical infrastructure bureaus. So street services, lights, engineering, sanitation, and contract administration. And you might have heard, why, you're unique. Why does LA have this board and no other major city has it? I think it's because we have a rooted investment in how we speak to the people of Los Angeles and the diversity and the size. The 5 of us, we're political appointees, but we weren't just, appointed just for the sake of being political appointees. We all bring lived and professional experiences. We all bring diverse backgrounds. For myself, I've been a big advocate on the outside of the nonprofit, working on mobility projects, planting thousands of trees, building affordable housing. So I bring that lens. And then also as contractors for the city, I'm troubleshooting the needs and the issues of those contractors. And VP Chavez here, she's worked in high levels of government at City Hall. So she is that policy expert that we rely on when we're changing. We have a labor leader who has dedicated his entire life to the labor movement. So he's been able to triage not only labor issues within the board, but throughout the city, being a sound counsel to the city council and to the mayor. We have a former judge and an infrastructure attorney. So she's bringing that judicious oversight and governance to that board, and collectively, we make decisions as one body. We don't all agree all the time. There are times when there are no votes. So you can't tell us that, oh, you're just rubber stamping, because that is not the role of the board. And next slide. And you'll hear a little bit more from Chris Westhoff immediately after, but as Commissioner Chavez mentioned earlier, we meet 3 times a week. I've served on a voluntary board. I've served on an area planning commission. And let me tell you, there's been so many times where we couldn't meet quorum because, we all had day jobs, that cases were pushed off months and months away. And that was to the detriment of the people of Los Angeles. But the value of, let me tell you, in the time that we've served, close to a year, we've never canceled a meeting due to quorum. We made a promise to the people of Los Angeles, and we don't have a month-long summer recess. We're year-round. So we made a commitment where we meet Monday, Wednesday, Friday, processing contracts in an open and honest forum, making sure that your tax dollars are being invested soundly and bringing our representation. In addition to our professional expertise, we're also representing all the diverse communities that Los Angeles has to offer. So let me turn it over now to Chris Westhoff.
May I ask one question first? In the past, the 5 members of the Board of Public Works were each assigned 3 council people. Has that continued now that each member has 3 council people that they're responsible to their demands for?
Correct,
Thank you.
because under the charter, we're asked to devote our entire time to the board. Each of us have 3 council districts, so I have Council District 10, 7, so thank you all for coming to the point. I was here Wednesday night addressing Pacoima Neighbor Council, so thank you to our neighbor council leaders out here. And then also at Council District 12, so I have 12 in the valley, 1 in the central and south LA, same with all the other colleagues. In addition to that, we also have special projects that fall under based on our background expertise. So I have all the trees issues, pure water is another one, and some of that. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and let's welcome Christopher Westcott.
Thank you. Yes, here's just so you get an idea of what my background is. I had a 35-year career with the Los Angeles City Attorney's Office, 27 of which I was Public Works General Counsel. I was the only attorney assigned full-time pretty much that entire tenure of almost 3 decades. I served 9 presidents and over 30 different board members during that time. I signed every document worth $500 or more because that's what the city charter requires. That may be something you may want to look at to sort of up that threshold. Ron Deaton, in his wisdom, decided he wanted the city attorney's office to keep reviewing everything. So I did get writer's cramp occasionally in my office, signing off on the AFEs and contracts and so forth. I assisted the board, the Bureau of Engineering, Bureau of Sanitation, Street Services in delivering between 10 to actually 12 and $14 billion worth of infrastructure during my career. I can tell you uncategorically, the Board of Public Works is not an impediment to delivery of infrastructure. In fact, they facilitate it, and I can just refer you to some projects that were completed in the early 2000s. We had a fire bond program, we had a police bond program, and we had a library bond program. And each and every one of those programs where we were coordinating with departments outside of Public Works, the Bureau of Engineering and the Board of Public Works was able to deliver more structures than were originally programmed into all 3 of those programs. You have 2 buckets of CIP that you're talking about. And by the way, I'm a firm believer in CIP planning. The more planning you do, the better off you are. The problem is not all of the problems in the streets, which seems to be the emphasis of where that issue is within the city of Los Angeles. For instance, gas company, Southern California Edison, cable companies, they all have access to the public right of way. So you have to bring them into the picture and coordinating what happens within our streets. But Public Works oversees a lot more than just streets. You have 7,500 miles of sewers, 3,000 miles plus of storm drains, millions of street trees. All of that is under Public Works. Probably 13 to 14,000 miles of sidewalks, also under the jurisdiction of Public Works. Unfortunately, the city got itself into a little bit of an issue in the 70s when there was a lot of federal money and took the responsibility over the sidewalks. And I will tell you, when I was there, the sidewalk problem in this city was a $500 million issue. We still haven't solved it because the responsibility is on the city. And where are we going to find $500 million, or now probably 3/4 or $1 billion to fix all the sidewalks that are upheaved by our beautiful but sometimes troublesome street trees? We no longer approve certain street trees because they learned you don't want to put ficus trees in the public right of way. Why? Because they up level the sidewalks. Even on my street, and I live in this district in the far east northeastern end. If you go down around the corner of our street, it looks like a skate park up and down because the street trees have uplifted the sidewalks. But Public Works is not an impediment. In fact, they have in the past implemented billions of dollars without any problem. When was the last time you heard of a public controversy involving Public Works? When was the last time you heard of any corruption, any improprieties within the Board of Public Works? You haven't. My job for 3 decades was to protect the public bidding system. That's why the board, the mayor at the time board in 1906. So we said, when we celebrated our 100 years in 2006, the Board of Public Works had never broken the quorum in all that time. So they are full-time employees. And the people who were bright enough to see in 1906 that you wanted to protect the integrity of that bidding system, that's why the Board of Public Works is full-time. And just because it is unique, just because it is different, doesn't mean it needs to be changed. In fact, I would celebrate it because government needs to be transparent. Transparency makes the public understand what is going on. And when those commissioners open bids every Wednesday at 10 a.m., it's transparent. When they award contracts, it's transparent. The Board of Public Works is where government and the public intersect. The Board of Public Works holds hearings on multiple things. You want your street tree removed, you go to the Board of Public Works. If somebody opposes that, you'll have a hearing on whether or not you're going to be able to remove your street tree. Or a protected tree, an oak tree that might be in your backyard where you want to put an ADU. You have to go to the Public Works and you are heard. You may not always get the results you want, but you are heard. If you are a property owner or a business in downtown Los Angeles and you need to put your trash bins in the public right of way in the alley because you have no other place to put it, you go in front of the Public Works Board and they can grant you that permission. You saw in planning about an alfresco dining. Well, I can tell you that it was Maureen Kindle in the mid-80s who started the whole concept of allowing restaurants on revocable permits to encroach into the sidewalk where they were wide enough to allow pedestrians to get by, but also provided seating. That was the Board of Public Works. When we had the Northridge earthquake, thousands of people were in trouble, they had lots of damage. We implemented emergency contracting practices. We created a one-page contract. The CAO, the city attorney, the Board of Public Works, and the Bureau of Engineering oversaw hundreds of contractors that signed that one-page contract, provided their insurance, and they were able to go pick up the debris throughout the San Fernando Valley at no cost to the property owners. That's what this board provides. And the only words I have heard, and I've listened to a number of the hearings in front of presentations in front of your commission, was it's outdated, it's archaic, it needs to change. I vehemently, and I care about the city of LA and I care about this board, I think that would be a huge mistake to do that. I think their benefit to the city of Los Angeles and to the citizens can be summed in one question. Are the citizens better off with the full-time board or without a full-time board? And I can tell you in my experience, 3 decades of being with them and dealing with the incredible people that we had wonderful commissioners throughout that time. We had Merle Evans. We had Kathleen Brown. We had Ed Avila, who was still serving on Project Restore. These were wonderful. Felicia Marcus, one of the founding members of Heal the Bay. Tom Bradley, incredibly smart human being, brought Felicia Marcus onto the Board of Public Works, and she became the president of the Board of Public Works while we were starting to redo the Hyperion wastewater treatment plant. We have, and I've met with all of your current commissioners, and I think the mayor has done a wonderful job in bringing these 5 people together, and I think they will represent what is good about the Department of Public Works and the bureaus. So I don't think you'll talk to anybody who knows more about how Public Works operates than I do. So I am open today or in the future for any questions that you have about the organization and how it works and how it doesn't work.
Thank you. We have plenty of questions. Thank you all for your presentation. And before we get to any questions, if I could ask you to introduce any other commissioners who are here today.
Sure, we have the full board. Aside from us, we have Commissioner Grant, Commissioner Mitchell, and then Commissioner Carpenter. So all 5 members are present.
Thank you so much. Well, as you know, we held a lot of our commission meetings in your beautiful headquarters, which is really stunning. But as you also know, because you've been paying attention, that a lot of our presenters have wanted to do away with the Board of Public Works. We have had presentations where they talk about the history and they had a picture of fat cats sitting around a table smoking cigars and drinking whiskey. And they were appointed by their buddy, the mayor, whoever that was. So you know the task that's before you. So I want to thank you for coming here. I'm going to turn it over to my fellow commissioners for their questions, and it's going to be robust because, as you know, this is one of the maybe the most important question that we're going to be dealing with as far as shall we keep you all or axe you? Okay. So I'm going to give my questioning over to Commissioner Schlageter first.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for being here, and being our board, as you said. So, appreciate this. I think I have two strains I'd like to follow: accountability and transparency as it relates to, well, since the chair laid it out as a fundamental question we're being asked in terms of the value of the board. So in the structure of this discussion about delivering infrastructure, and Ms. Cordejo from DOT mentioned this concept of accountability of the general managers and the bureau directors and the general managers that you deal with as well. That when assigned a priority from the executive office, if we are looking at the mayor as the executive office of the city, that the general manager is carrying out the priorities set forth from the executive office and the council, that the accountability passes through the mayor. The mayor is expecting the general managers to deliver on, on projects and services and priorities. And, whether it's council or budget or CAO, there can be a lot of second guessing of those general managers. But ultimately, the accountability is at the mayor's office for the appointment and firing of and replacement of general managers. Where in that line of accountability do you view the Board of Public Works? Is it providing additional value in that relationship?
I'm happy to take the first. I believe that it's providing a different value, added value for that matter, because although we're also appointed by the mayor and confirmed by council, I think we have a bit more autonomy than the general manager of DOT or planning or any of the other departments, because we went through a rigorous city council confirmation process, and our term, technically, although we can be fired at any time, is 5 years. And because of that political calculation, I think it's a little bit more difficult to remove a public works commissioner versus a general manager, given that sort of that political calculation. And also the reason, the other benefit is because we've been empowered at this level as sort of the CEO of the Department of Public Works, we're able to cut through all the bureaucracies in terms of the departments that we oversee, the 5. But I think where we have issues is that we don't have jurisdiction over DOT. We don't have jurisdiction over water and power. And many of the infrastructure projects are intertwined. So although we can expedite projects within the Department of Public Works, and I've been able to do that at a very fast pace, but where I get stuck is I don't have that same level of oversight over another general manager outside, where they're probably not going to be taking a call as expeditiously as a council member or the mayor called for that matter. So I think that those are some of the differences between the two.
Yeah. And I know that the issue it seems to be revolving around streets. In the 30 years, the 3 decades that I was here, the Bureau of Engineering, the board coordinated with all the departments. I mean, it worked. I mean, engineering knew their contacts in DOT, and DOT awarded contracts through the Board of Public Works, and it worked. I didn't see any serious impediments to getting it done. Were there impediments to coordinating between Department of Water and Power, which has access to the streets, and again, the outside people that we have very little control over, but have a right to be in the public right of way, like the gas company? Yes, and that's why the street damage restoration fee was created, to sort of, make sure that people weren't doing it internally. Engineering and DWP got together to make sure that their street services plan, engineering's plan, and DWP plan coordinated so that we weren't cutting streets that had been recently repaved. So there was coordination. Now, does it make it any better if DOT and all of it's under Public Works? Maybe. But again, I have not seen a serious, delay in implementing street-related projects because there is that little split between what DOT does and what street services does. Your issue with street services, quite frankly, is budget. Fixing potholes is about money. If you give them enough money for 10 more crews to fix potholes, they'll send out 10 more crews to fix potholes. The issue is general funded responsibility. CIP gets cut before anything else. Sanitation doesn't have to worry about their sewers because they have the sewer construction maintenance fund.
Let me take it, sorry, I appreciate your enthusiasm, and I am equally enthusiastic. But let me take this back to the structure of the commission level. The question is, there's a couple questions. One is, what should the design of public work be, and should it incorporate or be reorganized with some other departments, et cetera? But there's also this question of, how are projects getting delivered, and is it expeditious enough, and is there an accountability line back to the executive office? If the executive office is overseeing general managers, so it doesn't have to be a streets question, it could be a water question. We have a general manager of the Department of Water and Power that has a commission. We have a general manager of sanitation that's under the Board of Public Works. What you're talking about is a need to have coordination. That could happen in a couple of different ways. And there's a need for accountability over those general managers. And a core component of that, which may not be part of this conversation, it might be part of personnel or some other government structure question about how those general managers are empowered to take action. But my question is, how is that accountability benefiting from or interfered with the fact that there's two commissions in that water example that are appointed by the mayor and the general manager is appointed by the mayor? Are we putting too many cooks in the kitchen, or is there added value in having a concentrated, focused set of commissioners working on this topic?
Part-time commissioners have a part-time job, and they meet once or twice a month. They're not dealing with the day-to-day operation of the department the way the Board of Public Works does. They are not every Wednesday opening bids in an open session and then ultimately making the determination of the lowest responsible bidder. They're not holding hearings on whether or not a bidder is a responsible bidder or not. I mean, those are unique to Public Works, and those are unique to having a full-time commission available 3 days a week. You don't continue anything. You can hear something on Monday, and if you need more information, you can have it back on the agenda on Wednesday. Whereas if you are a part-time commission, if you hear it here, you're not going to hear it again for at least a couple of weeks. So it's unique. And it is.
So part of your answer is there's added value in the concentration of having a paid full-time board.
I totally
Got it.
agree.
Okay,
Yes.
I hear that. And in terms of the structure of accountability, is it added value to have commissioners on top of the general managers getting the direction from the mayor's office?
government is political. You have a mayor, you have a council. I have seen instances where the mayor's office has tried to influence public works, very, very few, but there were a couple. And I've seen where the council then stepped in and solved the problem of what the mayor was attempting to do. This was back under the Reardon administration and involved full secondary at Hyperion. So it was an incredibly big project. Government needs to be transparent and it needs to be responsive. It doesn't necessarily have to be as efficient as we think private enterprise is because of the transparency and because of the discussion that has to go on. What is in the best interest of the public? Because that's got to be job one. And 5 citizen commissioners who are also residents of the city of LA, who are listening to the people who come in front of them and are making those decisions collectively rather than as a unified force and a general manager.
Thank you. May.
Bottom line it here, I think it's a bandwidth issue, first and foremost, having a dedicated full-time commission that's focused on infrastructure. Because, you know, you may be shocked to learn this, but infrastructure isn't always the top priority in the city. When you're talking about mayor or the council, other more visible crises tend to take over. But as we know, catastrophic things happen when you ignore investment in infrastructure or dedicated oversight of infrastructure. And so that's where the board comes in developing expertise over time, ensuring that everyone's working together, because absent that, you don't have that dedicated oversight over infrastructure. But for the Board of Public Works, there wouldn't be a dedicated emphasis on ensuring that infrastructure continues to be developed in the city, to highlight it and to provide a public forum. So the transparency and the public accountability are other critical pieces, because it is unique to have a structure where essentially the general manager is making decisions in public view, listening to the public and reacting and adjusting at time. That is a unique situation because infrastructure is so pervasive in the city of Los Angeles. And because we are essentially doing work for every other city department in the city, we're doing 85% of the contracts in the city. So it's important to have that dedicated focus, which only a full-time board can provide.
Thank you. I appreciate that my question became extensive. So let me just make one other pointed question and then I'll hand it off. And your answer is actually a good segue. So I'm hearing from you on that last question. There's bandwidth, there's coordination capacity from some of the expertise that's provided, added capacity to the executive office to be able to force some of this coordination and troubleshooting. In addition to this transparency point, and the transparency point is the next one that I'd like to focus on. And the example given of contracting is a good one. Without the commission, true, the contracting could go through the council. We have also heard at this, commission and understand that the council is often a congested and not as user-friendly for the public body as perhaps would be ideal. And so adding, a whole bunch of contracting through the council might not be the most efficient or optimum alternative to having the Board of Public Works addressing so many contracts that you're going through. So I do see value in this transparency at the board of the contracting, and I just want to state that on top of the other values you've identified. A question I have, in President Kang, you raised some of the value of the small business preferences and whatnot. My read of the charter is that the contracting opportunities, the opportunities for the city to add preferences and look at creative or alternative contracting opportunities is somewhat limited. Do you also see that, or might you today or later come back with additional recommendations for broadening how we may assign preferences and alternate delivery methods in contracting?
We are required by law to award the lowest responsible bidder. However, Mayoral Directive 1C from Mayor Tom Bradley, which implemented the city's MBEWD program, I was the lawyer who took it to the California Supreme Court and won. So we defended it. However, there was a case that came out called Richmond versus Croson and out on the East Coast, which said you can no longer have numerical preferences. So we transitioned the program to a good faith effort program. Now, can we have certain preferences? In limits, yes. You can have local business preference, but it's a small one, but you cannot base anything on race. You cannot base anything on ethnicity. You cannot base anything on gender because of what has been essentially taken away from us by the Supreme Court of the United States. But we had a very robust program, and Public Works was the touch point for it, and that's why we got sued when we implemented the new mayor's directive, when we changed it to an MBEWD OB program, and the O being other business enterprises, so that we were providing equal opportunity to everybody on the subcontracting level. The Board of Public Works was holding workshops for contractors to introduce primes to subs. Those are things that wouldn't get done with a general manager.
I'm sorry, President.
Yeah, so I wanted to add, so what we've been able to do is making sure I'm a big language access advocate, translating many of our materials into not just Spanish, but all the other major languages that are spoken in our city. And as Chris mentioned, it's all about providing that opportunity and that information. And many of our small businesses are not aware of how to use RAM and about our procurement processes. And we have competent small businesses that can do the work, but they might not speak, English fluently. And we need to provide that access, and we believe, and that, we respect all of our general managers. They have an incredible tall order, and that I wanted to add accessibility to that. Good luck scheduling a meeting with the general manager to voice your concerns. We make ourselves very accessible. We go to neighborhood councils. We, spend our weekends at major events, speaking to all of our constituents and scheduling meetings with all of you as well.
Thank you. So just taking up your expertise, both of your expertise is on this point of contracting and accessibility of contracting, but also methods of contracting and potential preferences. I just want to invite our staff to have additional conversation. I'd like to provide my own experience and thoughts about this as well. So that we can within the bounds of federal and state law, provide ourselves the flexibility to be making the choices that fit our priorities as a city. Thank you.
We have about 5 more minutes. I'm gonna turn it over to Commissioner Stein. I know
There's
there's a
gonna
lot of
be
questions.
absolutely brief.
And then that's okay, it's terrific. And after that, we're gonna take our lunch recess. We're just gonna be a little bit abbreviated, but take it away, Commissioner Stein.
First of all, from my own personal experience, I know the value of the Board of Public Works. And there is no way in this world that I'm gonna vote to abolish the Board of Public Works. My second is just a little jibe at a friend. Why do you keep calling it the 5-member Board of Public Works, when for the 30 years that you were there, you were always referred to as the 6th commissioner? I don't understand that contradiction of why the charter says 5, when we really had the pleasure of your excellent service of having 6. And you don't have to answer the question, but you.
I will, because I think it's important. I was the second lawyer appointed to be the board's full-time attorney. Chuck Calderon of the Calderon family did it for a year, and he came to me and he said, "Hey, I'm leaving to go to private practice so I can start raising money to run for office." And he said, "But you gotta apply for this position." We were both in a general counsel position. And so I did it for the next 27 years. He did it for 1 year, I did it for 27. I got tagged with that nickname by one of the lobbyists who was a good friend of mine at the Phelps. And I work proudly. I never substituted my judgment for the board's judgment. But because I was there for so long, and of course I served 9 presidents, you know, you naturally take on an aura of, you know, knowledge and understanding about how it works, and I was proud of that. And, but I never substituted my discretion for the discretion of the 5 commissioners that I was advising over those 3 decades.
Thank you for your.
Including Mr. Stein's lovely wife, Ellen, who was both on the board and served as president of the board, and probably one of the quintessential citizen commissioners. Intelligent, empathetic, and hardworking, and oodles of common sense, because that to me is the most important factor that a commissioner needs, is to have common sense, because ultimately, when you boil things down, it comes down to making the right decision based on common sense.
And I get the last singer, and that's why opposites attract.
We call her Saint Stein.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Can we give a round of applause?
I'm available, they know how to contact me, I'm available to answer questions, thoughts, anything. I mean, like I said, I care about the city, I live in the city, and my career was at the city, and it matters very, very much to me that we do the right thing.
And thank you for helping us out today. So, it is 12:20. We're a little behind schedule. We're gonna take a 20-minute recess, so please be back here at 12:40, and we'll get to our next presentation. I apologize to the folks at United Neighbors for us running a little bit long.
Unmute, cancel.
Almost everyone, it is 12:40. If everybody could get back into position.
Oh, yes.
Yes. So like once I, what I just say. When I started doing it, then I started to notice. So now, now my programs.
Aging Commissioner Schneider. Aging Commissioner Schneider.
He's signing autographs. All right, meeting called back to order at 12:41 PM. We'll take the afternoon roll call. Subcommittee Chair, Lord Murray present. Commissioner Schlageter
Here.
and Commissioner Stein.
Here.
Thank you so much. Our next presentation is from Maria Calvin and Jeff Calvin from United Neighbors. Are we all set up? Take it away. Thank you so much for being patient with us this afternoon.
Thank you. I'm Jeff Calvin. I'm an architect. I'm on Schumer Neighborhood Council and I chair the Planning and Land Use Committee and Division Committee.
And I'm Maria Calvert, and I am Vice President of the Sherman Homeowners Association. And we are the founders of United Neighbors. It's a citywide and now statewide coalition of community groups formed in 2010. Our mission is to keep communities informed about local and state planning decisions and ensure neighborhood voices are heard. We collaborated with the planning department on the housing element preparation with 180 maps that our communities work together to hand over to the planning department. We work with the mayor's office in introducing guidelines for ED1 because ED1 was initiated without guidelines. And we often talk with legislators on state policy. We were invited to present the community perspective on land use and infrastructure priorities on the charter reform. Our suggestions today are based on a lot of community outreach we have done. And although we are not heads of departments of the city, we certainly interact with an awful lot of them. So Los Angeles is a uniquely desirable city, valued for its climate, neighborhoods, and geography. But we now face growing pressure to increase density through state laws which streamline approval and reduce public oversight. As we move forward, we must be clear-eyed about meeting these density pressures responsibly. The growth of our city requires future planning by all city departments with guidelines to ensure transparency, accountability, and respect for communities and families that live in them. So we propose several charter amendments to achieve that balance. We will discuss quickly planning land use, infrastructure, parks and open space, protection of our low-density residential and historic districts, and local land use authority. So the housing element, as you all know, the CHIP ordinance, community plans, and Recode LA work together to rezone the city, allowing for community input every step of the way. The housing element is state mandated every 8 years and became the 2,000-page CHIP ordinance, which then guides the 35 community plans. These community plans become the most community-intensive portion of the city planning process. The new zoning code, Recode LA, codifies the zoning of every property in the city to be compliant with community plans and makes most code-compliant projects ministerial or by right with no public review. We recommend, as seen on our pages here, number one, Because community plans address the unique character and needs of each community, it is important to maintain the 35 plans. And because of improved technical capabilities, we might even suggest that they expand the number of plans so it better reflects individual neighborhood identities and needs, allowing each community to be represented individually rather than combined geographically by geographic proximity, which often groups dissimilar communities together, making it harder to update these plans quickly. We agree that each community plan should be updated at least every 20 years. And because of Recode LA, which now codifies every property with development standards like height and setback and FAR, it will make most future development projects ministerial, and therefore it is unnecessary for the city charter to address any of these development standards further. No charter provisions should dictate development standards already defined in Recode LA. So only projects outside these zoning limits will then go to discretionary approval, and they should have full public review. So for projects going through discretionary review, all final decision makers for projects going through this process must be elected officials accountable to the public in order to allow for full transparency. We therefore also support keeping Charter Section 245 preserved in this charter. City Council must retain authority to review discretionary actions. And as we've talked to many of these council offices, this section of the charter is quite infrequently used. The planning commissioners and planning directors are not elected by the public and should not have final decision-making. We know there's been a lot of discussion on whether elected officials or appointed officials are more political, but we believe that ultimately final decision-making should be with people that we elect. So we also agree, like many others, that the planning and area commissioners should be required to have senior level professional credentials, and we've noted them on our section G.
There are many reasons why projects are not being built in Los Angeles. One is a frustration that I'm an architect, that we face on every project with planning department, building and safety, fire department plan check, and inspections during construction. There are constant disagreements. There's always changing of decisions. There's contradictions between departments. Therefore, we propose a community development department responsible for coordination, consistency, transparency, accountability, and timeliness.
And that community development department would be to coordinate the planning department and building and safety, where often the delays and inconsistencies hamper timely approvals.
This is another example of frustration in the city. And as an architect, work with developers, work with schools, work with people who do affordable housing. We all have to interface with the public, and this is always the frustration.
So it is critically important that the city fully understands its infrastructure capabilities, limitations, and financial needs to maintain and plan future growth. So to this end, we recommend the creation of a board of infrastructure to consolidate oversight of the public right-of-way and key infrastructure functions, and require major agencies, including the Port, LAX, Public Works, LAPD, DWP, Metro, Recreation and Parks, to submit annual reports on growth and progress of construction of current and future projects in order for the city to anticipate future needs. To achieve success, we agree that an adoption of a capital improvement plan should be made with a rolling 5-year capital budget and a 50-year infrastructure planning horizon.
Next slide, please.
I think we go to the next slide.
Okay, here. Next topic is Redmond Parks and open space. This graph is not working now. You can see where a red circle around City Park. This is just a small portion of the southeast San Fernando Valley. You're looking at a residence for hundreds of thousands of people here. There's one part. The other green space you see are either schools or a university, or up in the upper right top says radio antenna. 20 acres of green space that has 3 radio antenna on it. That's about the biggest green space you have in this portion of San Fernando Valley. We are needing open space and recreation space.
So Los Angeles ranks 90th out of 100 US cities for parks. As density increases, more open space and recreation facilities must be required and protected. For that reason, public parks and designated open space should not be sold, leased, or converted into residential or commercial use, except with a 2/3 vote of the electorate. Further, the city must have a dedicated funding source for park acquisition, development, and maintenance. Often cities fail to assure the growing availability of parks as the population expands.
And part of our presentation is going to be talking about keeping city responsible for its zoning and not losing local control. In our CHIP ordinance, which planning department spoke about earlier, there is a program that incentivizes open space called privately owned public spaces. It creates, and we're only way going to add human scale open space as our city increases in density.
So. I think we need
Okay. This area, which is Crenshaw Boulevard and Venice Boulevard, there are amazing historic districts here. Victoria Park and Lafayette Square. And they are surrounded by modest homes and low-scale multifamily residential areas that are now being threatened with redevelopment. This is part of our history that must be maintained. It's what makes Los Angeles great and unique, and as well as having relatively affordable, low-density housing. But again, this area is being threatened with rezoning. Next slide, please. Okay, you can see a yellow circle. This is being impacted by recently signed SB 79. Inside this yellow circle, you can put any place you want by right, 5 to 7 story apartment houses. So whether it is in Victoria Park, Lafayette Square, or the rest of the low density, single family, multifamily housing around it, that can all be by right turned into 5 to 7 story apartment buildings. Next, please. What our housing elements, our CHIP program, our community plans do, they show how on our commercial and transportation corridors, you can already get enough density to more than meet our state requirements for housing. And that area that's shown in yellow is, you can handle over 6,000 residential units plus retail, commercial. And if you build to our commercial and transportation corridors, that's where our infrastructure already exists, and you can build on the existing infrastructure. When you start seeing apartment houses of 7 stories popping up in that area around it in that big circle, how are you going to even plan for that infrastructure? But if our infrastructure or if our development stays on our transit and commercial corridors, the infrastructure can be rationally planned and expanded.
So our other suggestion is the protection of our low-density residential and historic districts. Preserving these districts is essential to maintain the character, stability, and livability of Los Angeles. Often young families leave LA because they can't afford to invest in residential property. The city, through its housing element, has shown plenty of zoning opportunities on our commercial and transit corridors to more than meet the housing requirement. The lack of building on our commercial corridors is caused not by the fact that we have single-family zoning, but because of the slow approval processes, conflicting agency decisions, and economic market conditions, labor and material costs. So low-density residential zoning is not LA's major problem.
This slide shows an example of the impact of just one state bill. This is SB 79 again. Our housing element, CHIP ordinance, and community plans meet the state housing criteria and sensitively add density while paying attention to the individual characteristics of our communities. State bills do away with this approach. State bills have no criteria of open space, no criteria for objective design. Actually, they say you cannot do anything like that, and no landscaping criteria. This is a charter city. You're responsible for looking at a charter. Why would any charter want to give up local control or zoning? Next slide, please. We suggest the city council, the mayor, and city attorney shall have a mandatory duty to defend and uphold the city's zoning authority against any state law or regulation that seeks to preempt, override, or otherwise diminish local zoning and land use controls, including actions taken by the state under a declared emergency. The city shall pursue all available legal, legislative, and administrative remedies to protect the integrity of its charter-based zoning powers. This includes resolutions relating to current, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, that last sentence, I wanted to just clarify what I meant by that. And we're suggesting that resolutions that are brought to the city council that relate to state legislation and are time sensitive must come for a full council vote within 90 days of being introduced, or the resolution is considered approved. We've had resolutions to try to have the city oppose something like SB 79, and it was given to the council in March and was not brought before the city council for a vote until end of August, which makes it almost a moot point for the city to have taken a position on this. So we feel these things become very political and they need to come before the board much faster, the council, city council much faster when they're time sensitive. So with that, we thank you for your time and we are done.
Thanks so much. Cindy, any questions from any commissioner? Thank you. Thank you so much. So next we'll have Mr. Christensen.
Yeah, if you want to move them, you can, but we can also do it for you.
Hi, I'm John Christensen, but the presentation is going to be by Ryan Cosio from Department of Recreation and Parks and Jessica Henson from Holden. And Connie Chung and I will be here for support.
Terrific, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for having us today. My name is Ryan Carpio and I'm the Government Affairs Liaison for Recreation and Parks, and we really appreciate the opportunity to be here today to discuss with you all and to the public Recreation and Parks recommendations for some charter reform. I want to set a little bit about the background of how we got here, and really the crux of this presentation is going to be by Jessica, who's going hopefully blow your mind or maybe change your mind with a study that they've been doing for the last year. So as a background, back in January 2024, Recreation and Parks, we submitted some charter reform language to the city council, and we put together, 3 different items that we wanted to for the council to consider. One was to explore the increased funding appropriation for the department. One was to be able to lease to Los Angeles Unified School District. And then finally, to create language to support, to allow our part-time employees some benefits. A lot of those things were very general. A lot of them, especially the employment one, it was connected to a lot more charter language that's beyond recreation and parks. And fast forward to today, pretty much since then, American Parks embarked on a journey. We much like consultants. The city has asked us to do a study, a park needs study, an assessment. And that began in January 2025. The study is now in draft form. We just finished the public comment period of it this October 15th. So we have a very big, robust study to present to this body for consideration. With involved a lot of meetings, and the results of the assessment is really making things very clear about the funding for recreational parks. And really today, we recognize the fiscal realities of the city. And our goal is really to sort of illuminate some of those realities for the department. Not just to ask for money, but to propose some structural changes in the charter that would help modernize our department and ensure greater financial sustainability. So you'll hear today some comments about RAP's charter appropriation and a little bit of details on that. How we want to protect dedicated parkland, to clarify our authority when we do lease out on properties and acquire parkland, and finally something I don't know too much about, but how to issue our own debt for the department. And so these updates, again, you'll hear from Jessica from our partners at Olin Partnership, and you'll hear John and Connie are also here to answer any technical questions that you may have. But really our hope from the department, and really shout out to, and kudos to our consulting team who has been in lockstep with us, especially with our planning team from the Department of Recreation and Parks, to really go out to the community and hear from everybody about this great work, and also to share with you all what that work means, how that valuable, not just stories, but hearing from the community, how it translates to what the park department needs. So without further ado, I want to introduce Jessica Henson from the Olin Partnership to go over the presentation. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Ryan, and thank you all commissioners for giving your Saturday to this really important work. Angelino as well, so I appreciate all that you're doing. You can go into the next slide. Just to mention Connie, who's from HRNA, is an economic advisor. I'm going to be presenting some things. She can answer tough questions. And John is a parks expert at UCLA and just nationally recognized as well. So I'm happy to have them here with us. We have one of the most iconic and amazing broad-ranging park systems in the country, from equestrian centers to recreation fields to natural areas. It's really incredible. Next slide. We operate over 500 different sites around the city. Some are owned and some are leased, but all of them fall under the jurisdiction of the Department of Recreation and Parks, and it's a very large system. We've been doing this initiative this year that's council directed and board directed by the Department of Rec and Parks commissioners to really understand the assessment of our needs. The last one was in 2009, and the last one that had any sort of significant funding mechanism was actually in 1996. So we're a little overdue for assessing where we are in those situations. We've been doing that, looking at the diversity of the communities. We've had over 100 meetings and just tens of thousands of people that have taken surveys or engaged digitally. And we're looking at guiding that future investment and really looking 25 years and beyond. So this is not just 1 year to year sort of situation, but long-term. So where is the department today? Right now, as you know, we're one of the semi-proprietary departments like the libraries and as designated in the charter. And one of the things that we've done this year a lot was, you don't have to read all of this slide, but just so you know, the community is pretty confused about what Rec and Parks can and can't do in the charter powers. So we've actually made a series of graphics and given educational presentations this year about what Rec and Parks can do. And that's been really helpful for people, and it's helped people provide feedback to us like, oh, why can't Rec and Parks control how this leasing happens? Or why can't Rec and Parks help do this? Because it seems natural to the community that some of those things Rec and Parks would have already been doing. Also, it's worth noting, and everyone in this room knows, that Rec and Parks is really on the front line of a lot of our services in the city. Maybe that weren't the case 100 years ago, but from emergency response to childcare to other facilities. So we've been diving deep into the budget, and a lot of credit to Connie for working with us on this at Olin. We've been in a 5-step process to evaluate budget, be transparent about the last 25 years. We've looked at other cities. We've identified gaps. We've looked at both like capital and deferred maintenance as well as operating, and we've been looking at funding sources for those gaps. This was mentioned in the last presentation, which was really helpful to lead up to us. We've unfortunately dropped to 90th of the top largest 100 cities of the country. This is a lot due to how we fund our parks. We are one of the lowest in terms of our per capita spending compared to our peers around the country, spending less than $100. When some of our other cities are spending 155 or up to upwards of $500 per acre. But in the meantime, there's some great news. Over the last 25 years, we've added over 1,000 acres of parkland. And we're really thinking about into the future, the additional needs for park space we have. Unfortunately, we're losing some funding sources in the coming years. In 2026, Prop K, which was passed in '96, will sunset. The Play LA dollars that are providing a lot for our programming right now will expire in '28 after the LA 2028 Olympics. So if you are worried about the status of your park today, in a couple of years, I think you might be even more disappointed. And we know that Angelenos deserve a great park system. Today, our park budget has three sources. We have earned revenue, we have the city charter allocated mandated revenue allocation amount. And then historically, there has been some additional contribution of the general fund. In 2025, this is what those numbers in green look like. On the left, about 270 million came from that mandated amount that the charter says has to come to parks, about 57 in earned revenues, and then there was a small contribution of the general fund. The way that that breaks down in spending, about a third of it goes to programming, a little over a third to operations and maintenance, about 34 million to administration. And almost a third at this point actually goes back to the general fund to pay for staff benefits, pensions, and for utility costs. If we look at what that looks like now in 2026, of course, because assessment probably goes up, the 298 is going to come from that revenue allocation. This will be one of the first years that the general fund is not making a contribution to parks above the mandated amount. So that number has been going down in recent years, and it's now going down to effectively zero. In terms of spending, the general fund reimbursement is also going up, and you'll see over the last 15 years since the Great the Great Recession, not refreshing at all for those of us that lived through it. That those numbers have been steadily, the light lavender here is that general fund reimbursement. It has gone up significantly in the last 15 years. The darker purple colors, that's what RAP actually has to operate with. That has stayed pretty steady. The red line is where the staffing has gone from a peak of almost 2,000 down to around more like 1,500 that we have today. By percentage, the general fund reimbursement has gone up 16% year over year over the last year. And we are now this past year, we were spending 31% of the appropriation on that general fund reimbursement, and now it's up to 35%. We don't see a future in where that stops getting more expensive, right? Like things are getting more expensive in the city. Over the last 15 years, the city's budget has increased by 68%. For reference, inflation over those same time period is around 42%. The actual money that RAP has been operating with has only gone up by 35%. It's really impacting our parkland. There are other sources that are helping to fund parks. Those are very important, and a lot of the improvements that have been made over the past 25 to 35 years have come from Prop K dollars. There are Quimby funds, there are grants, and then there are other departments that Rec and Parks collaborates with. That will continue, but it really doesn't pay for the everyday operations of operations and maintenance and staff and things like that that are really important. In the last almost 100 years, I guess 90 years, since 1937, the effective percentage of the amounts of the charter allocation has not gone up. So Rec and Parks has effectively, we've changed how we've assessed value over time. But since 1937, the amount of mandated funding for Rec and Parks has not changed. And I would suggest that as a larger mandate that we've given Rec and Parks to do operations with emergency, with childcare, with so many things that our parks provide, we are asking our parks to do more today. And I would also say that we know that dollars invested in parks is a proactive way to solve, other issues. So research is showing decreases in crime, increases in well-being and quality of life and health. And you can actually track some of those things longitudinally along communities that have really strong park networks. So what do we need? Cost estimate. We looked at renovation. We looked at new facilities that Angelenos want. We looked at new parkland, but importantly, we also looked at operating. A lot of these types of studies only look at the left. And then Angelinos are like, great, you built me a new gymnasium and nobody's taking care of it. So this was really important. We found that we need about 15 billion in one-time capital costs over the next 25 years, speaking in 2025 dollars. And we need almost double of what we have in our operating budget. That one-time capital need comes down to about 2.6 billion in just deferred maintenance projects that have been put off. In 2018, that number was closer to 2 billion. Every year we put projects off, they just get more expensive. If we met all of the goals for new parkland and level of service in the city, it's more like 12 billion of that is there. Obviously, there's also a question about what society can afford. So somewhere between these numbers is probably where we need to be. Annually on the operating needs, we basically have, around 350 million in that annual budget. We need to not quite, but kind of almost double that number when we look at how do we meet the staffing gaps that we're experiencing. Many of you know, like, community centers aren't open on Sundays anymore, like the staffing has been cut through the years, and we keep chipping away. And in fact, Angelinos are asking us to reinstate and go above to meet the level of our peers. Most of our peer cities have between almost 200% of the staff that we have here. I want to be clear that we're not looking to the charter to solve all of this. We're looking at a multi-pronged approach of different measures, different funding, different partnerships with nonprofits and others. There are a lot of different things. And we also don't see parks in competition with other things. Housing is a very big need in our city. So we actually wanted to show this because 36% of the permits that have been issued for new housing in the city are in areas that are already park poor. So as we build new housing, we also need to build new parks, or we need to improve the parks that we have, because these are not in competition. In fact, these issues are closely intertwined, and research shows that joint development is an awesome way forward. So what are we recommending? This is our last few slides. We have 5 things, and Ryan alluded to these at the beginning. We would like to consider and explore options around updating the charter, talk about that. I'll go into each of these in a little detail. Dedicated parkland, authority to lease, authority to acquire land, and eschewing debt. So the first one is updating the charter appropriation. Like I said, the effective amount hasn't changed since 1937. Would love to explore what that means. On the next slide, you can see we were suggesting like a doubling of it would probably be in line with what we're seeing those operation needs. Again, this is not asking taxpayers to pay more. It's just saying what percentage we're going to, for anyone, I know you guys know that, but for everyone here, it's not just saying what percentage are we going to give to our parks. And again, we think this is an investment in that future of reducing costs on the back end when we're paying to mitigate issues. The second is about dedicated park property. We've heard from communities this year, a lot of anxiety around property going away. And so how do we protect that? The third one is the RAP clarifying leasing authority. It's difficult when working with different groups, when RAP doesn't know how long their authority is. There's some unclear language in the charter. How do we clean that up so that if an entity is making a long-term investment in the park, they know what that lease length is? The authority to acquire parkland. So the charter does give RAP the authority and say that they can get property in the name of the city. But as the city is organized, RAP actually has to get the assistance from the General Services Department. It's a lot of inefficiency. So how can we make that cleaner? And then lastly, the ability to issue debt. Other departments can already do this. We're suggesting that if RAP could do that, they could actually bond against revenues that are going to come in. So we know that RAP, for example, has about 60 million in earned revenue a year. Right now, they can't bond against that. So it's inefficient that they can't use all of the tools at their toolkit to make our parks better. Thank you so much for your time. John, Connie, Ryan, and I are here for questions. Hopefully we didn't go over. Yeah. I know you guys have a long day.
Any commissioners have any questions?
Thank you so much. So you've done an amazing job of making the case for needed resources, and this hot off the press needs assessment is super valuable. I think I definitely want to understand if there are, I mean, you've identified sort of the doubling of financial capacity. And I like that you broke down, the difference between the operational and the staffing costs. I'm definitely interested in understanding, and maybe it was in a slide and we went quickly through it. What of that you are anticipating as a realistic ask of the charter revenue sources?
Great question. And Connie, you also feel free to come up and join me so that I can weigh in there. It's a great question. So, doubling staff somewhere between 150 to 200% of our current staff was one of those goals. And then you think about 70 million in expense costs as it goes up over the next 25 years. Since the charter only gets opened up every now and then, I think this question of, do we put it at the midpoint? Like, where do we look in terms of those timelines? I'd love Connie to speak to that. We are exploring other funding options. Generally, a lot of other funding options, it's easy to get funding through grants or through Quimby or through things like Prop K for new projects and the associated things with them. It's a little more difficult for a grant or something, or a partnership with LADWP, for example, to get money for staffing. So to the extent that something like the charter can help with the base cost of like the base staff, and then those other fundings can solve the deferred maintenance and can solve the new requests, I think it's cleaner, but I'd like Connie to speak to some of the uniqueness of that, please.
Well, I think you hit it on the head. I would say that what we saw in the budget comparisons both to other cities, peer cities, as well as aspirational systems, and the just plain needs of LA's park system are that they simply do not have the staff to maintain. So I think primarily we would anticipate that increased charter appropriation to go to the staffing and maintenance and just running of the system to the level that LA really deserves. And then use that to better seek out partnerships through dedicated staff resources inside the department that can amplify that to clarify and build on the leases and concessions that already exist to be able to generate more from that, and then to be able to tap into some of the other financial tools that Jessica mentioned.
Yeah. Okay. Please do.
I want to add something mostly for the public to hear, but when the city gives us budget money, there's no infrastructure. I know this is an infrastructure kind of discussion, but most of our infrastructure dollars comes from grants and the expiring Proposition K. So that appropriation really goes to person. And so when and Jessica kind of said, a little bit cleaner, and if there's any kind of charter change, really to get a little bigger piece of that pie means to increase kind of like our person power when it comes to doing the maintenance things that we would do for any kind of grant projects that we have done. So we have county dollars, we have federal dollars, we have state dollars, a lot of very cumbersome things, and we have less people to do it with than we did before the recession. So just as a picture, a little bit cleaner discussion is like, usually when we get money from the city budget, it's for programs and for people. They want to see, the leadership wants to see this cleaning program, we're gonna hire more people to do this. But you're not gonna see us building a new rec center with budget.
Thanks. This point about staff being a fundamental need, it just offer to our staff that there may be a relationship of this recommendation back to a personnel committee discussion as well. And just to make sure that our full commission is getting as much exposure to this need as possible, and maybe there's some other whether it's through the questions of exemptions or other things, that it would be useful to tie back in RAF needs with the discussion at our other committee as well. So thank you very much for that. One other question that I would like to explore with you, and let me go back to your slide 37. So this is about the dedicated protecting dedicated park property. First of all, I really appreciate all of the 5 recommendations that you put forth and how relevant they are to us being specific about potential charter changes. I I. I won't burden. This committee with all of the interests that I have around your different acquisition and leasing and thing questions, but one point where maybe I'm not yet able to just sign right on with one of your recommendations is the final slide of the final bullet on slide 37 around protecting dedicated park property. And this is about the provision of equivalent parkland whenever parkland is found to be unsuitable. Right, so is that one more? One more. One more. There you go. So this one. So I recognize the intent here, which is to ensure that if we're that we have infrastructure, park infrastructure, green infrastructure that we want to make sure is protected. And if some of the land that is owned by Rec and Parks that may never become publicly usable park space is offset with equivalent parkland. So one of the challenges in the equivalency is that it's simply a number of square footage. And in fact, one is completely unusable and you've determined it unusable, and yet we're supposed to be providing you usable land with that exchange. And so automatically the equivalency is, a challenge, right? And I think what I'm interested in exploring is if there isn't some other flexibility here, assuming this complete determination and making sure you have the checks and balances so this isn't selling off park property or something, but is opening up for city priorities some, other commensurate way of ensuring the parks department and our green infrastructure as whole. And so I think I'd just like to explore with you some versions of this language that might also work to serve your need, but give us a little more flexibility to go beyond this equivalency and to go beyond simply it being allowed for affordable housing as well, because there are other city uses that may be of value in this situation. Thank you.
I would just start by pointing out that language is parallel to language in the public resources codes of California for parkland. And so that might be one reason it's there, but I also hear what you're saying, and I wonder, if there's one of the things that the park needs assessment does is suggested changes in the classifications of parks and parkland, and there may be some sort of solution in that area.
Yeah. I think your point is well heard. Is it better to have a new acre of usable parkland than 2 acres of totally unusable? It's never going to be a park. It's totally sitting vacant. So I think it's worth an exploration and conversation.
This point about classifications is really interesting, and I'll just note, because I said it in 2 presentations ago as well, that I would want whatever we say to obviously then inherently conform with law, otherwise law. So thank you.
That's great question. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And our final presenter, we have Michael Schneider from Streets for All. If the fact that this t-shirt matches the presentation. Thank you.
Just don't change your shirt with every slide.
All right, well, thank you so much for having me. I'm Michael Schneider. I'm the founder and CEO of Street Scroll. I apologize. I think I'm the only presenter not wearing a jacket today. I did actually bike here. I do use our multimodal infrastructure in the city. So what I'm saying to you today is not as a bureaucrat defending my turf. or a political appointee, defending my turf. I'm an outsider who's worked with the city for 6 years, and that's what a lot of this is based on. So, thank you for your time. Next slide, please. So first, who are we? Next slide. As you heard from the Department of Public Works, probably the biggest thing we're known for in LA is we conceived of and got Measure HLA passed. This was the result of 2 years of immense frustration. The city not doing its job, not making streets safer for everybody, not following its own mobility plan. And so we got 100,000 signatures, qualified it, and won about 2/3 of the vote. And as you probably know, it mandates that the city implement its own mobility plan anytime streets are repaved. Next slide, please. We also do a lot of multimodal work around the city. When COVID first hit, we were about 6 months old, and we convinced the city to do slow streets. So that's one thing we accomplished. That is an extension of the Bionic Creek Bike Path, a $7 million project we conceived that just got awarded grant funding, and our visions for Venice Boulevard and around Westwood. Next slide. We're also very active in Sacramento, 23 laws signed by the governor in the last few years. Next slide, please. So you've heard a lot today about the current status quo. It's really not good. It's quite dire. Next slide, please. In the 10 years since Mayor Garcetti first announced Vision Zero, traffic deaths have about doubled. So that is the exact wrong direction that we wanted. And for the second year in a row last year, traffic deaths exceed murders in the city of Los Angeles. So a pedestrian is killed every 2 days and injured every 5 hours. It's one of the highest rates per capita in the country, and we need to do better. Next slide, please. I don't think I need to sell this very hard. If we live in the city, we probably know about this problem. I do want to point out, under the existing Board of Public Works and the structure, the current wait for a broken sidewalk is about 10 years. I know some of that is budget, but some of it's also efficiency. And right now we spend about half of what we spend on fixing sidewalks on lawsuit settlements on people hurt on broken sidewalks. Next slide, please. Less than 70% of our streets are currently in a good state of repair, and it is declining at 2% a year. So it's going in the wrong direction. The potholes are getting worse, the uneven pavement's getting worse, etc. Next slide. I want to focus for a second on curb ramps. It's not the sexiest thing to talk about, but it really matters. Under the current budget, Streets LA can afford 200 curb ramps citywide or 50 intersections. So you think about how big LA is. The problem with that is these are required under ADA. Anytime we repave a street, do major work. So without the ability to efficiently construct these curb ramps, we can't repave, we can't install bus lanes, we can't install bike lanes, we can't do crosswalks. This one issue holds everything else back. Next slide, please. And you probably are aware of this problem, but it takes about 2 years right now for the city to repair a street light, and we have 25,000 lights currently owned. Next slide. So the sidewalks and the streets we all use every day are the largest asset, the public asset the city has. It's also the strongest connection between Angelino and the government. When you think about it, how you feel about the city is largely driven by what's it like to walk down the street, what's it like to drive a car, ride a bike, etc. For too many, it's dangerous, it's traffic, it's gridlock, it's broken streets and sidewalks. Next slide. 3 primary things from our point of view going wrong. We underfund street infrastructure, can't fix that with the charter. But the 2 other things we can fix. We poorly execute the limited funding we do have available, and we aren't organized efficiently. Next slide. So 6 key findings. Next slide. This is a comparison of traffic deaths per 100,000 residents and per capita street investments. So LA spends dramatically less per capita compared to other peer cities, and as a result, has a lot higher traffic deaths. Double San Jose, double New York City, almost triple Boston. So our lack of investment and our lack of organizational efficiency in the city has a lot of dire consequences. Next slide. Both BSS and DOT are historically understaffed and underfunded. This is inflation adjusted numbers. Compared to 2015, we're spending about 15% less, and things are getting more expensive. Post-COVID, construction costs went up, etc. Next slide. And things get a lot more expensive when we wait, not just because of inflation and things like that, but there are cities, not LA, where they do yearly slurry seals on their streets. And the reason they do that, it's a maintenance coating. And that prevents the street from going into a worse condition and needing much more expensive reconstruction. You can see the cost here per mile, nearly $800,000 per mile to reconstruct a failed street, and a small fraction of that for slurry seal. So our inability to really maintain our physical plant well is going to get a lot more expensive in the future. Next slide, please. We also want to point out that half of the liability payouts in the last 5 years, about $500 million, is due to broken streets and sidewalks. So this is a very expensive legal problem, and it's hurting people. Next slide. The way we separate asphalt work, sidewalk work, striping of the streets is unique. San Francisco is the only other peer city that does it this way, but all these other cities, New York, Chicago, etc., have a single consolidated department that manages not curb to curb, but property line to property line. Next slide. I also want to say that from our point of view, the Board of Public Works is very antiquated. There's no single leader of it. And so you have all these individual bureaus reporting to multiple people. There's no single person leading the charge. It's the last relic of the 19th century, really, and it's the only full-time board in the city that's like this. We think a department head might be a lot better. Next slide, please. Okay, so here are 4 recommendations. Number 1, next slide. You've heard a lot about this. I won't dwell on it. 5-year CIP is a no-brainer. We should build that mandate into the charter. I also want to point out that the yearly budgeting process is chaotic and inefficient. City departments spend about 3-4 months, about a third of the year, jockeying for money, jockeying for attention from the mayor, and it's very distracting, and then we repeat it again 9 months later. Moving to a 2-year budget cycle will allow for longer term thinking and be far more efficient. I also want to point out that both New York and Chicago have 5-year CIPs built into their charters. Next slide. We think the Board of Public Works should be replaced with a director. We think a single leader can set the vision far better than a board. It is the only full-time paid board left. And it's often just made up of political appointees, not necessarily people with experts in civil engineering, administrative professionals, etc. And we don't think the bureaus under the Board of Public Works operate as efficiently as they could with this diffusion of leadership. We think a single director would do that and fix that problem. Next slide. I don't think anyone's talked about this idea, but we wanted to bring it up with you. So as the largest public asset, streets and sidewalks, we need reliable operating funds to maintain them. And right now, it's a ping pong ball. If the city's flush, maybe you get a little more. Right now, we're the opposite of flush, and you get a lot less. And it's very hard. You know, the asphalt doesn't care if you're rich or poor. It's going to degrade. So we really should fix that. There's also a lot of special fund money, Prop A, Prop C, Measure MR, etc., that's not used as efficiently as it could be. Next slide, please. Sorry, go back one. Thank you. So right now in the charter, Recs and Parks and library departments have a dedicated percent of taxable property values, guaranteed. So we know those departments are going to run and operate regardless of the city's overall budget situation. A 0.05% built into the charter of assessed property value and a combined DOT and VSS budget would be about $430 million, or simply a return to 2022 funding levels. And it would allow for longer term planning, and it would allow for consistency, because we do need to maintain our physical plan consistently. Next slide, please. LADOT, as you probably know, is not a chartered department. It was created administratively. We think it should be a chartered department, and we simply think in the charter it should have the responsibility to construct, excavate, and maintain streets property line to property line. We are very unique in not doing this as a large city. If you go to the next slide. DOT's ability to do work and to accomplish things like Vision Zero, which, as I just showed you, is going in the exact wrong direction, is really hampered. They can't do curb ramps. So if DOT, if there's been a series of crashes and people have died in the street and the cities had to pay out money, we want to fix it. DOT first has to get in line at the Bureau of Street Services for paving, get in line to have curb ramps done. They're powerless to do any of that. It's not an efficient way to get and deliver projects. There's also a lot of competing efficiencies, competing priorities. The Bureau of Street Services cares, is the asphalt smooth? That's really their North Star. Do we have smooth asphalt? DOT cares about Vision Zero and speed humps and multimodality and all sorts of other things that don't just involve asphalt and concrete. Other peer cities, New York and Chicago, I was recently in New York, I was walking around, I'm like, man, these streets simply operate better. They're more multimodal, they're in better conditions. Some of that's budget, but some of it's simply the fact that NYDOT has authority property line to property line. It simply works better. Next slide, please. So this is a visual representation of what DOT has control over today. They can do signage, they can do signals, they can paint bike lanes, they can stripe crosswalks, they can stripe lines in the street. But they don't do sidewalks, asphalt, curbs, or bus islands. And if you look at this, it's a really incomplete picture of what a street is. If you go to the next slide, our suggestion is putting certain responsibilities under DOT that currently rest in BSS would allow for a singular authority, property line to property line, and they could do all of it. And there's a single department that's responsible. You eliminate the lack of coordination that often happens, and we think we'd have each dollar we spend would go a lot further. Next slide. So you've heard a lot about different options. You've heard about moving DOT inside Public Works. Functionally, that would demote DOT. You would still have separate bureaus that would have to coordinate, and you add a bureaucratic layer, the current Board of Public Works, that is really focused on contracts, asphalt, concrete. These are not bastions of progressive thought with transportation. On the other side, if you move LADOT inside BSS, it's kind of the same problem. And again, BSS is focused on asphalt, concrete, the condition of the street, not how it's used. We think it makes sense to move certain BSS duties inside DOT and form it as a chartered department. You remove jurisdictional conflicts, you give DOT the mandate it needs to holistically improve our streets, and you maintain a focus on things like Vision Zero, which is trying to eliminate traffic deaths, multimodality, trying to get more people and not just the bravest ones out there cycling and using the bus and transit. And we align our DOT with other best practices in other cities. 2 more slides. Next slide, please. So this is our suggested reorganization. Basically everything DOT already does, transportation planning, Vision Zero, parking enforcement, etc., with the added addition of building and maintaining streets and sidewalks. That would be a fully functional, fully formed LADOT, and then everything else would kind of stay the same, hopefully under Director of Public Works. Next slide, this is the last slide. So just to sum it up, 2-year budget cycle, 5-year CIP, replacing the Board of Public Works with a director position, shoring up funding for the physical plan to the city with a % of city assessed property values, and making DOT a charter department with responsibility to construct and maintain property line to property line. Next slide. Happy to answer questions. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions and I'll turn it over to Commissioner Stein. First of all, thank you for your presentation. This is very personal to me. The reason that I take public transportation is because I got sick of my tires being blown every time I was driving around the streets of LA. And I was actually coming from a fundraiser and my tires blew right there on Hollywood Boulevard. By the time I got home, you know, my tires blown. So I've had to realign my car several times. So it's just kind of personal to me. But again, I want to thank you. I'm just making a comment. I just want to thank you for your presentation, and I'll turn it over to Commissioner Stein.
I have a simple question, Michael. We're a Charter Reform Commission. Some things need to be removed from the charter or added to the charter. And a number of things that you're suggesting, do they need to be in the charter, or should they be done by ordinance that really doesn't require the Charter Commission to even enter into the discussion?
It's a great question. In theory, we could do a lot of things outside of the charter. For example, Rex and Parks doesn't need a dedicated budget line item in the charter. We could just agree as city council and the mayor to do that. The reason we put certain things in the charter is because they're really important. So the library and Rex and Parks funding was put there specifically in the charter because they didn't want it messed with in a future budget committee. We think that as the largest public asset, our sidewalks and streets are really important. And so it may not technically need to be in the charter, but I have to tell you, multiple mayors over about 2 decades have tried to merge DOT and BSS in some way, and the politics of it have always gotten in the way. So we view this as a once every, I don't want to say once in a generation, but it kind of is once every 25-year opportunity to get it right in the charter.
Since our actions, whatever actions are taken, are reviewable by the city council from a pragmatic political analysis, aren't you better off working with the council than trying to have the commission do something and then the council, if they disagree with it, may eliminate that?
Well, that happened with districting too. So that kind of happens in our city. Someone makes a recommendation, council plays with it. But we're hoping by working with you that the recommendation, I know you're the infrastructure committee and then it goes to the full commission and eventually the council. Our hope is that we put our right foot forward and then we start from a really good place. So we're not trying to convince the city council to override something you put forward, but to back it up. So we're hoping to work with you on this.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Round of applause. Oh, sure, I'm sorry.
I promise to applaud after I speak.
You what?
Yeah, I promise to applaud after I speak. I didn't want to cut off.
Okay, I was kind of offended.
I'm sorry, I won't be long. In fact, the battery of my iPad is telling me that we're running out of meeting space. But thank you very much. I think this is a super thoughtful presentation and really helpfully presented. You mentioned this recommendation of percentage for consistent funding. And consistent with the conversation we had with Rec and Parks about how important it is to have a stable baseline for enough staff to deal with maintenance questions. And so you presented that slide as well, and I just wanted to be sure that our staff was noting my hope for our policy analysis on this question to really incorporate this idea of, whether it's just an amount of money, but what the value of that kind of O&M investment is relative to capital funding. Because as we're here talking about infrastructure and capital funding, we know that capital funding is secured in different ways than operational funding. And so I just wanted to make sure that we're calling out that distinction so that when it's reflected back to us, these ideas, that we're understanding the difference between the ability to finance and achieve capital funding versus the regular routine operational funding. So
Can I add one quick thing to your point? Which
Please.
is the city has been very successful in winning grant funding from the outside. We are currently at risk of giving back tens of millions of dollars that we've won because we can't deliver the projects on time. And the capital funding often only applies to the bulldozer, the roller, the actual construction work, not the staff needed to execute the project and deliver what the grant is paying for. So it's really costly for us to not have a consistent source of revenue and consistent staff to deliver those projects. And we're at risk of losing a lot of money that we fought hard to win.
Agreed. And my experience on grant funding at the city is both that it is not sufficiently coordinated and therefore not maximized enough, but also that there are these gaps that leave us vulnerable, even when we do secure that funding. And this is another, what you've stated there in terms of staffing is another point back to our personnel committee as well. So one last question before I close up here. It relates to your very helpful presentation about how street services and DOT could be combined. And that obviously relates to the conversation you've been hearing and been a part of about what sort of coordination there is or needs to be around the capital work broadly, and also Bureau Board of Public Works. So I like very much that you were willing to break those two, the Bureau and the department, into their component pieces and not just simply out of practicality, just take the entirety of one into another. And I think that's an area where we should be open to. Yeah, I think it is a good visual there, because this is breaking into its components in order to reassemble. And I think that's a key question that we need to confront when we're talking about whether DOT should become part of Public Works, et cetera, or this version. Is there a reason, I get to my question here, is there a reason you didn't include the Bureau of Street Lighting into DOT as well in this scenario?
Give an answer, you want me to? This is Josh, by the way.
Hi, Josh.
My name's Josh Grenville, and I led a lot of the research for this. This was kind of our minimum viable proposal. We're just making a charter adjustment to move streets and sidewalks into LDOT. I think there's a lot of reasons that it might make sense to have something like streetlights also in this kind of consolidated streets department. I mean, a lot of our signals are on streetlights, so there's a lot of integration between streetlights and the signals that LDOT manages. And there's examples of other major cities. On our website, we walk through this very similar diagram. We have it for the 15 largest cities in the country, if you want to do an easy comparison. And there's examples where streetlights are included inside the streets and sidewalks.
But I want to point out that this is not our brilliant idea. We looked at what's working well in other cities. With the same amount of money, no change in budget, you get a lot more bang for your buck under that structure. That's why we propose this.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'll just note also that, you know, there's sort of a distinction in these bureaus and departments about operating, delivering infrastructure, and then providing sort of a service to the others, like the Bureau of Contract Administration, the Bureau of Engineering. In many ways, they're providing a service to these other activities. And Streets LA, Bureau of Street Services as well, in many ways, their construction capacity is like that service provision. So there's a couple different ways to sort of slice this in order to look at what's a good way to reassemble it. And I'm not saying that at all to counter what you're saying, just to make sure that we're going into this thoughtfully and understanding, you know, okay, what does it really mean? We're not just taking the pieces that are given to us, but what would it really mean to reassemble in a most constructive way? You've done a super insightful presentation here, and this is an excellent recommendation. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just point out charter.streetsforall.org. If anyone wants to dive into the data, the methodology, or anything else, that's a lot of detail on that.
Thank you so much. Now, Commissioner, another round of applause for him. So that concludes our presentations. Can I get a motion to move all of the reports into the record?
It's receive and file.
Yes, thank you. So final comments. I want to thank everybody for, sorry, you just second. Oh, second? I think with that.
Is that you seconding or me seconding? I'll second.
Thank you.
Second or third, whatever you remember.
So, all in favor without opposition? Aye. Okay. I want to thank everyone for coming out today, and I want you to know I'm glad to see our community advocates here. Hi Roz, hi Lionel, hi Sarah in the back, who I think they have almost perfect attendance, and some of our community partners, I'm sure, are listening or watching on Zoom. I just want to, and I want to thank our department heads and our general managers and the folks who presented our presentations today. And I want to tell you, your efforts are not in vain. It is not a waste of time. We all take time out of our busy schedule because we are citizens of Los Angeles and we think that this is important. So I don't want you to think that your voice is not heard or you're wasting your time, because you're definitely not wasting our time. And I'm going to speak on behalf of the commissioners and the staff that's really thanking you and thanking the folks who come and make this possible. We live in a democracy, at least now we do. And we want to continue to live in a democracy and everybody's voice should be heard. We don't have an agenda that's somebody else's agenda. Some of us were appointed, some of us were voted on, and that doesn't make a difference. And I don't care about optics or crunching numbers. Everybody has had their voice heard, and I really want to, just over the course of being on this commission, we have young folks, we have old folks, we have senior folks. We have senior folks and we get input from all of them, and it's really heartwarming to me to see what's happening in the city of Los Angeles, not just from folks who live on the west side or on the east side or in the valley, but seeing folks from all over the city, including beautiful Pacoima, California. This is my first time to Pacoima, so I'm happy to be here. We have a lot of work to be done. There are a couple of things that I learned today. We were talking about the 13-to-1 ratio. Apparently, that's not as easy. That issue is not gonna be as easy to deal with as we thought, and we could discuss that more Wednesday during our deliberations. Another thing, the go around to either create a Department of Public Works versus the commission, which is an area we're gonna be deliberating on. That's easier said than done either way. So there's always a loophole. So those are things we're gonna have to deal with. I'll talk to the staff later about some things. I have so many notes and so many questions. I'm going to turn it over to any other commissioners who wish to make any closing remarks.
Ms. Chair, can we just, can you kind of give us your vision about how this commission is gonna proceed? I see we have one more committee meeting scheduled. It's my hope and expectation that we would have more scheduled after that, but I wondered how you would like to have us proceed. Is there any vision you have that you can share?
Well, before, I'm gonna be meeting with the staff tomorrow. I really wanna, I'm sorry, Monday, I apologize. And before our deliberative meeting, and I wanna get us, at least to get everybody's, take the temperature of where we all are on some of the most important issues. I mean, we all know that we're gonna be having to deal with what's gonna happen to the Board of Public Works, 245E, and some other stuff. And we'll see where we are and how much more deliberations we need, but I'd like to, for fellow commissioners on this subcommittee, I'd like to take the temperature and see where we are and how much consensus we come to. We don't have to come to a consensus, but how much consensus we need, and if there's anything else that we want to add. I think we have a lot of key points we're gonna have to deal with, so I want to try to at least narrow the key issues that we want to focus on, and I'm gonna be asking for your increased input on that. So.
Thank you, and I'll just acknowledge that that's exactly what the councilwoman sought, is for us to begin to identify what's really expected. But I will say that it's part of my belief that by getting all the ideas out on the table onto a list, even those that are not ultimately the subject of a recommendation that we make as this committee or as the full commission, is valuable to future action that propels continued analysis of the charter. So I would just encourage us to be to embrace the breadth, at least for building the understanding of the future. And that's not to say we're going to be able to tackle all of those things, but when good ideas come to us from advocates or from the public, I don't want them lost. I want them on the list so that our successors of this commission on a future commission can have a head start in grappling with what we've tried to grapple with thus far. Thank you.
Anything to add, Commissioner?
No, thank you.
Thank you so much, and
May I add something? May I say something?
off the record.
Well, I would say, yes, off the record. Thank you very much for all this time you keep putting to this. I think it's very important for all of us what you're doing, and regardless of politics. Please keep in mind, you were put in that position by higher power. Think of all of us and the decisions you make. Regardless of public works, I would say, let's keep it together. Let's just appoint somebody that is not part of public works, but can supervise and direct. As you said, one direction. It will be very important. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, and thank you all for attending. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Without opposition, I believe. Motion to adjourn. And so meeting adjourned at 1:55.
Perfect, and we'll see people this week at the committee meeting on deliberations at City Hall. Thank you so much, everyone.